Good hello, it is Wednesday, June 24, 2026 and the time is 09:18. Today is AI Root Day, Upgrade Root AI Day. I'm going to use knowledge the idea is to use knowledge that I learned from Monday regarding AI. But I didn't study much AI in Monday. But I have a lot of work to do to make the spec engine. It is a spec-driven development engine for games made in Godot. Yep. Yesterday I did development in Godot. I did not use the spec engine, but I kept a mindset yesterday, and if you look at previous stream, you see how I was working very structurally to create. Every step was kind of concrete, kind of very well defined. And I did this partly in mind, thinking that I need to create micro tasks for the AIs in the spec engine in order for it to work. The main problem right now with the spec engine is the lack of specifically trained models, free ones. I'm gonna show you before I start today. I'm gonna show you like the main problem that I'll probably think of today. It's like there are two problems. One of them is kind of solved. So making a game is a very large task, and if you have tokens, you can just you can kind of just give it to a cloud API that will try to do it, and then it will try to segment it into parts in order to understand, to launch sub agents that can do this like doing that. But I don't have funding to use cloud inference. So my plan is to use my local computer, which is very limited in its capacity. This is the computer, and it can fit a model like that. Thus, I have to divide this into small tasks. And up here would be the planning tasks. And this problem I've kind of solved with my root AI theory, which is to just divide the work into several small parts so that it fits inside the context window of the AI. However, we actually have we have a main problem still, because let's say this is a programming task, and I found that the Quen model makes almost good enough code. almost. I have to take the code from a script and I have to fix it. Like I have to fix what, like the small errors that it does. So it has potential, but understanding this, I saw that Quen is basically trained on Godot 3. And I'm using Godot 4. So this model, even though it's generally good at coding, it cannot create this, like the final result, because it is trained on Godot 3. Then I was looking to see if there was some model that could be trained, that has been trained on Godot 4. I did not find that. And realizing this is that there are two kind of challenges here. One challenge is to divide this, making a game, into these parts. And these are micro tasks that game development is not usually divided up into. Because even though game development is divided up into several tasks, I just want to draw this completely. The work is usually done by delegating to roles. A game designer, for example. A game designer does not just do one script, or does scripts. It actually doesn't do scripts, if you think in large companies. A game designer takes on several pieces of work that in this system would be separated into micro tasks. And yes, these things might be separate into tasks, but since we have a human that has a role, they don't have to document to themselves each step in a very explicit manner. They can just keep things in mind. So all this blurs together. Some of these are made into specific tasks in a very chaotic way. Like this person, this role is responsible for this stuff, so they can make their own kind of system in order to make these tasks and then jam it out on the rest of it. But when it comes to using LLMs and structure and automation, we need to define each task specifically for the system to work. For the system to work, that we have an AI that does a microtask. Because if we have a role here with these tasks and we only have a limited space like this, we cannot fit all of this in here. And these surrounding stuff and connections, they are connected to many different things. Like they need the whole kind of the whole context to work. So that is one of the big challenges to dividing the tasks into tasks that AI can do. And then then that kind of creates a category of a different kind of problem, which is there are not enough models. I don't know how to draw it. But for example, this programming agents exist. Writing NPC dialogue, we can use a model. Generating images, we can use. Even make videos, we can use. Generate music, we have models for. We have models for many of these tasks. But when it comes to very higher level tasks, like designing not just a script, but designing a couple of scripts that need to talk together. I haven't found a good agent that can do this. The planning thing. Where the work would not be to write these individual scripts. The work would be like a model that is only trained on connecting scripts on a high level. And it doesn't need to be able to code. But in order to do this planning, it still needs to be trained on Godot. Because Godot has its own structure of nodes and how they are connected. A Godot planner, like a Godot scene planner or a Godot node planner or a Godot something like that, and we don't have that. Like that's not a role for game development. I don't think so. You don't have a specific person whose only purpose is whose main purpose is to create a single part of the architecture. Usually you have a team of people and they discuss together different architectures and they come up with an architecture that they all agree on. So anyway, this is like the main problem, that there is no model. And it's not that it's hard to train this model. It's just that the industry is not prioritizing to train these models, and they might not even know that there's a need for these models. At least I need these models. And yeah, it comes like there are several things like high level things like planning, this prioritization when things should be done, writing story beats for a story, only focusing on story beats. Yeah, all of this. So there are main problems. So this is solved by dividing. But then this is not solved because, well, the theory here is solved, but the problem is here also that becomes the lack of the model. It can still be done on my local computer. It can definitely, it must be able to be done. It's just that I'm lacking the model. And it can be a simple model, and that's the idea of this principle here. The root AI theory is to have a specific model for a specific kind of task as much as possible. Well, enough so that it produces like good results. I don't know, at least 10% of the time. And then you can have a tester agent to verify is it done or not, and then just run it until it gets a good result, and then it's done. So this, I think this is completely done, to handling the context, to proving that it is possible to, with local inference, to solve a very big problem. But the practicality is that we're lacking a model. Okay, now I iterated it too many times. So that's like the main work today. Think about, maybe look at a bunch of different models, see what's possible, maybe test a bunch of models, see what they can do, and think about granularity, which is the microtask granularity, which is to divide tasks into smaller tasks. And like maybe it becomes something like this. I have the game here, the project, and then I could potentially list all of the models that I can run locally on my available inference, and then then the work becomes the granularity work to, well, I would probably work something like this. I would divide I'll work leaf upwards. Leaf upwards. That's a new term. From the ground up, from leaf nodes up, from leaf executive agents and up. So I have this script agent here, and then I would see, can anyone do this, and if no, then I have to divide this at least into 2 different tasks and see if a model can do half of this task, this leaf task. It becomes 2 leaf tasks, and then I divide it until I come to a point where this problem can be solved by a certain model. Then I continue to the next important leaf node and I do the same search. I would probably start with trying to use the same model for this task, because that is definitely, since it is an adjacent task, this model might be trained good enough to solve this task if it can forget this task. So we might not need another, like we don't need necessarily one model per task, a different model per task. Like when I've been thinking about making code and planning code, for example, I've been thinking about using Qwen for the planning as well. So it becomes to make this mapping process here in 2 steps, trying an agent and dividing things into smaller granularity tasks. In order to do this, I think there's 2 things to get to know these models. Like there's reading about, or three. Reading the documentation and stuff about the model, and then reading about tests that people have done, and run my own tests. And this is probably connected to this. These are the things that I will test. So maybe this is this part. So this is step 1. This is step 2. This is step 3. And step 3 is the same step here, actually, which is it's a loop. It's first granularity to decide the size of the task, or making a task smaller, and to get a spec. That's why it's called spec-driven development, or spec engine. And then the task be to run the tests, to give the spec to the AI, get the result, and if it's a bad result, more granularity, a new spec, test, and smaller and smaller, until it completes. But I guess this is an ambiguity and priority problem, because at some point I don't know if this model is the right model. So I think I will probably do something like have some kind of indicator of granularity, like when I hit a wall, I cannot make this smaller. It's as small as possible. How do I divide this into a smaller? Then I might go to this situation where granularity fails. Then I might reevaluate which model, a new model instead, and start to read that documentation, read about tests, and then maybe start testing. It depends. Something like that might be the how to work very structured, very efficiently about this. That might be the work today. Maybe. I'm gonna take an image of that one. I'm quite proud of my thinking process there. It was good. Let's give it a name. It's a process or a workflow. It's a workflow. The root AI theory granularization workflow. Granularization. It's granularization. Model matching, granularization. Like granularization is just this part. Testing and looking for the model, that's also a part. Something like that. Great. I'm gonna keep that here. And now I'm gonna start the day. Sunlight. Actually, I'm gonna change this protocol a bit. I'm gonna remove toilets, like that's everyone knows how to do that. Because I do it outside. But because I do it outside, I also gotta get my clothes on. Clothes on, some salutation yoga, then drink, then make bed, then share stream. But the point of sharing stream is actually I don't want to share stream when I'm in underwear. I have a little bit of dignity, so that's how I'll do it, maybe, to get most of it. No, I think I'll do that, and then I'll reiterate what I'll be working on. Maybe? No. I will strictly follow my there we go. It's very important to get the sunlight as fast as possible. So I actually think I will share the stream after. Close on sun salutation, yoga with sunlight in eyes, then share stream. Cocktail has a drink. There we go. Mission accomplished. Now I'm gonna go outside. That was great. Now, no, it's better to share. There was more sunlight, nice. When I share my stream, I have to write my promise. I have to think about how to formulate what I'm gonna do today. It's something I like to do after I have curtain. Maybe I'll do this. No. This is prioritization training. It's good. I gotta prioritize my health before sharing the stream. My biological intelligence space, as I call it. This improves my biological intelligence space. My capacity to run biological local inference. The structure of the day becomes more sustainable if I do open eyes and look at sunlight and then do sun salutation with more sunlight, because at some point there's going to be a winter or it's going to be a rainy day and I will decide not to do yoga outside. Then I should still make sure to get sunlight ASAP before after I'm woken up. It's water with stuff in it. Now there's no water and no stuff left. I need to move the box. Okay. Now it is time to share the stream. Check how many I've seen. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Today, Wednesday. Developing the spec engine, which is the spec engine, spec driven game engine with work is to create macro tasks with greater and greater granularity for local AI models. So a whole game, so all, maybe we'll just keep that. Granularize tasks until local and match to open source models. I can run with local inference models, AI models. That's good. Copy all of that, put it up there. This looks component tracking core blasting. Read does thousands. Why die? Cool, I don't understand it. That was yesterday, got 21 views. Still no more reactions. Okay. Now we go to X. Actually, we go to X last because X has such a limitation on characters. Oh my! So many spaces from LinkedIn. New lines. Well, maybe I should create a YouTube channel called Tistou TV, because now Tistou Games is the... No, I'm not gonna do that. The channel is Tistou Games, so and Tistou TV might become more famous than Tistou Games, maybe. Or maybe, like, there are two kind of different concepts, but right now Tistou Games is the creator of Tistou TV. Okay, and we need to get rid of the wiki schedule and maybe something like that. I could add an image maybe also depicting my weekly schedule if I wanted to. Okay, the stream is shared. Update the subject, spec engine, matching, model, model matching problem. Yeah. And now I will make my bed. I will actually erase this to get it clean. I have the image on the computer. This is the thing that goes first on the... No, this is not the thing that goes first on the bed. This is the thing that goes first on the bed. So it's the first thing I grab. more air in here. Then this goes on the bed. Then this goes on the bed. Making the bed is a maintenance task, meaning it is a task that is repeated to maintain. Maybe not to maintain the state, but maybe it's not exactly a maintenance task. Because you don't want to maintain a made bed when you're sleeping in bed. I think it is a maintenance task. But it cannot be batched. You cannot use the batching priority principle on it, like you can with washing dishes, which is another maintenance task. You can wait for dishes to stack up, and you can make several dishes in one go, and you can save time that way. But you cannot save up making the bed for several days and then make the bed for 5 days in one day. You could do it if you have several beds. If you have 5 beds, then you can sleep in one bed, and next day sleep in next one and next one, and after 5 days you can make the beds of all the ones. That way you can use the batching principle from my priority principles. It's things like this. Yes. My priority principles, which I started gathering into a document this weekend. I think it was Saturday or Sunday. Sunday, I think. I break down prioritization techniques into elemental parts. And doing this and learning the elemental parts means you can think from first principles and come up with new systems that are more efficient and more optimized than the current ones, like SWOT analysis, whatever, and a bunch of different ones. But if you have these core principles like batching as a priority principle, I think it's easier. So the start of the day is done, and the work of the day begins. In a sense, this day does not align completely with the success of the game, which is my main priority. So it kind of feels like this is a wasted day, like I'm wasting time. It makes me less driven to work towards goals, because it's a risk that this work will be wasted. It's a huge risk that this work will be wasted. What I call a leverage trap task. I'm going to see if I have anything in the backlog regarding the spec engine. I think I have. Yep. These two user stories. That's the Atelier. That's the spec engine. Why doesn't spec engine have these things? Spec engine should have that one as well. Okay, I have this image. This one, let's put it here as well. Then we can see it if you just go here. Right. The purpose of the spec engine is to do faster Godot development. And it must run on local inference because I have no budget for cloud inference. So, one of the things it needs to do is write Godot scripts. And I have a version 1 of the spec engine or prototype that can write Godot scripts. Here it is. This is spec engine version 1. This doesn't exist anymore. This doesn't exist. I'm gonna see if it breaks, if the code breaks, or if I can just run it, because if I can just run it now, that would be nice. Actually, I think this is a faster way of doing it. Oh, actually, I gotta do start the virtual environment first. Okay, it's not there. I have a document where it says how to start working. Source.venvebin. Okay. Source. And what's left? Activate. There we go. Now we should be able to run this. Cool. No such file. I think it's the fastest way to just get something is to make the file. In the Godot project. it work if I do it that? No. Potentially it's easy with Python to create the file. Now, what? Oh my god. It wasn't saying that it was missing that file. It was saying it was missing the Python file. This is the highest model I've been able to run so far. And the time it takes is okay, because the idea is to have this spec engine to run 24/7. So making one script in just a couple of minutes is totally okay. The game will be done that way, and will be done pretty fast that way as well. Faster than if I would have made it, if it is writing correct, eventually correct code. What's happening now is that we have chosen the agent. We have sent this specification. Maybe we should write for 4.1 specifically for the Godot version, and I should be putting in that as a, can I do something like this? But that's not necessary, because actually it is kind of necessary to do. It's also good to rehearse some Python. How to put in a variable in string Python. F num. He uses single quotations. So we do that F, and then we get a warning trying saying we're not using the F function. But now we are. Let's see if it's done. It is done, and I can open up the file. Should I open it up in Godot? Yes. should I though? No, I'm gonna keep it, because it is the resulting architecture and files and file content for what I needed to have had done yesterday, which took the whole day. I just realized something. The power of this streaming is that I can use these streams for AI to get context, get all of the context, get so much context. And yesterday I was developing the features, these driving features, and I can send that live to Gemini, and ask Gemini to create a granularity of the work. Not videos, live. This stream. Here, I guess I was updating a bunch of ideas. Then I shared the stream, and then I started working. And there was some prioritization, some backlog, grooming and sprint planning actually, which led to be more specific, to change the tasks because of the lack of time. And then I went into the game designing work, which I love to do, which is what I enjoy the most. And that ended up with going through all the material of the driving mechanics, and then I made a time for the day to use my time efficiently. And here I started with the final stages of game design. What I did was listing first principles and looking at the map, and this is not the first principles for the driving, this is the first principles for the 3D map. I looked at some previous data, continue to where, okay, I didn't have, okay, this, I should have streamed full webcam, I guess, at the end. Did I do that? No, I don't think I did that. Anyway, here's a better image. This is the work that I did yesterday. On the left, the whiteboard, I listed all of the features that was potential for the MVP, for prioritization, and then I selected the ones that would work together and cover all the first principles. And in my development mind, I was thinking how much time it takes. So this process I enjoy doing. Well, maybe not this whole process, but making the game design and making the game design, and then AI could figure out first principles. Definitely, it can. I don't know how good it would do it, but it can. And send me a review of first principles. And then from the first principles, it gets the context of all the game design documents and features, and it creates some kind of map or some kind of evaluation of each feature to combine the features into a sprint goal, a complete build of the game. And then what I did, having these two working together, these were epics. These features that are listed here are epics. And then I divided them into sub tasks by looking at the previous more detailed first principles design, but I didn't have the first principles listed here, so we got a general case of driving experience from ChatGPT. ChatGPT suggested these categories after I asked it a bunch of questions and prompted it and aligned it. Then I could see that control was one, like I could map, I see control was one of the epics, so I chose one of these, or I combined them into a simple user story, being able to steer a car. Then camera was one epic, but it just became one user story as well. And physics collision was something that entered during development that I needed. And what else? Yeah, the driving hotspot. Yeah, objectives, parking. That became one user story. So initially it became the parking user story, a general controls user story, and a camera third-person follow mode user story. And then after that, basically the architecture was done. Here was yapping about some mental model of mental intelligence, biological intelligence, did some yoga, did my whole big break in the middle of the day, and then a break from work, and then I went into developing, in which I had here you can see drive park hotspot is one task, dev initialize the repo is one, drive park hotspot is one, a volume where the car can enter. When the car is inside, it triggers the change to, and then some more, like just a couple of more words. Some general information to make architecture as modular as possible, so it's easier to add features later on updates. And then the user story for simple allocate driving and third-person follow mode. And as a developer role, the micro task was to convert these into the actual architecture. Here I sidetracked a bit. And then I drew images to show kind of a feeling of each one, like a kind of goal target, visualizing the goal. So the controls are only these arrows, no back arrow. and it's just a cube, and the hotspot is basically a trigger area that triggers an empty scene when the car goes in, and then the camera user story where the camera shows the car. And I was thinking of first making a version 1 which just make it work, and then 2 to upgrade the quality, but I never finished 2, but I finished 1. And when starting, that was like the first step to get my mind into understanding the user stories and how they might connect. And it's just 3 things, so it's easy to keep in mind at once. It's less than 4 things, which is good. Then talking to Gemini in a conversation back and forth, listing requirements like it has to run on a low-end computer, I want the code to be clean, as simple as possible. This is MVP, it just needs to work. I don't want any bloat at all. It ended up with this architecture where we have one world scene, and in that we have a car scene, which is the car with the logic for the car and everything regarding the car. And in the world scene we have the park scene, which is the parking space queue. This way it's easy to put in several different park scenes, and it's easy to put to update the car scene without looking at the whole world scene. So being able to focus on one module at a time, it's modular. And then an empty scene, just to have something to trigger from the trigger hotspot. And then some folder structure, the suggested folder structure. That is like each of these things is a micro task. Making the folder structure, make this decision what scenes we need, and deciding what scenes we need should come before the folder structure, for example. And the architecture of what nodes to use. Node 3D, Collision Chef 3D, Area 3D, Spring Arm, Camera 3D. Here, not even Gemini on its smartest model could correctly do this the first time, because this ended up not working. Gemini didn't know that a collision shape 3D cannot be used by a node 3D. So I had to switch from node 3D to character body 3D in order to use this node. Gemini did not think of that, did not know that. There might be some way to prompt this knowledge into the agent, or make some kind of software that an agent can use to decide things. Like if the agent designs the structure, we have the node for the car, the node 3D root node is node 3D. And under that is the child collision shape 3D. Then it can use some kind of software that says this will not work. Maybe the easiest way is to run a headless Godot, and when this is implemented we get errors. And we get errors back into the spec engine. And the spec engine can rerun something by changing a prompt. Maybe focusing in, oh, I just got an idea. The spec engine, I got an idea for the spec engine can And it should. I've thought about this before, I just didn't think it would come this soon. The spec engine can create new goals. The spec engine can create granularity. Previously I was thinking of this as I was calling it a short-term research team. Short-term research team. Their short-term research team, their ability needs to be creative, because they're doing two things. They're doing brainstorming and research to find solutions to a problem. And the problem is for example, the problem can be an error message from Godot saying collision shape 3D requires its parent to be one of these nodes. And then that error message goes to the short-term research team. The research team does research. It can look up information on the internet, it can understand the problem, and it can suggest a solution, like changing the node 3D to a character body 3D. Then that suggestion would come back out from the research team to the... what was the name of that? It's some kind of planning agent or some kind of overall agent. Let's see if I can find it. In my documents. This is the root AI theory, like basic stuff, like that first version, or I think it's actually the 6th version. But where do we have? Yeah, the main agent. I called it the main agent. The main agent. Or oh, interesting. Or direct boss. It might be direct boss. This is good stuff that I've created before. But it's so advanced, like I don't even know, I don't remember, like the theory is so... I don't know my own theory by heart. I just developed one part, developed one, like it grew. And it's not final either, but... I think I have a newer version, maybe. Agent. Maybe I should open up this on the stream. Where do I have this? Is it in documents? No. That's the old one. No, it's actually in the Jörn Mysterium project, because that's how it got born. That's where it got born. Got born from Jörn Mysterium. I thought it would be that I could make something useful very small, but it ended up requiring a lot. But here I was designing a new workflow, and then I became like a researcher. Oh, it is version 5. This is the practical solution, and this is yeah, this is basically the root AI theory. It's not formatted well. It's not formatted for Obsidian, but yeah, we're gonna open maybe we open the default app. It doesn't contain any dangerous stuff. There's somewhere I have some updates regarding this root AI system. I'm not sure where they are. I think they are recordings or transcriptions that are not implemented yet, because Claude was working on to make this, and I ran out of budget for Claude, so I just stopped here. Like version 5 was the final thing. Where's the agents? It's not focused so much on the agents, the actual system. It's focused on goals. Like the purpose is to achieve goals, and the AI is just a tool, and every goal hires its own AI agent. And this is how it handles things. The overflow work, when a task, these are two examples when a task fails, or why it fails. Simply because the AI doesn't have the agency. It means something like going out and buying something. Physical work, that's always human. So it fails, and the goal becomes or creates a human goal. Or it can reach a context overflow, and this is the main challenge that is already solved, where we just apply granularity. The solution is to granularize and divide the task into smaller contexts. Those are the main, but it's outdated. I worked on this on a whiteboard to have more ideas as well. But here we have the session loop. Main agent, pure orchestrated network. Leverage scout. It finds, this is optional. Well, it's actually not optional. Well, the purpose of the leverage scout is to find the leverage task. The the task that gives most information about other, that makes, find a task that makes other tasks unnecessary or easier. Or it finds the next task that needs to be done. It finds a task, sends it to the context designer. The context designer looks at the task and creates the context that's necessary for a leaf executor to make a one-shot. It sends the full context, all the files, all the text. Basically, when it comes to LLMs, most of it will just be text to generate the text prompt. Send it to the leaf executor. The leaf executor takes the prompt and executes and creates something like a Godot script or a Godot scene file, which contains the nodes and what scripts are attached to the nodes and what other nodes might be attached to the node. It depends on what microtask it has. It has its own specific model. This uses the same model, probably, maybe. This one uses the same model every time, or it might simply be converted into even more efficient by becoming software and not using pure software, not LLM software. No AI might be needed here. The leaf executor sends the result to the quality assurance agent. The QA agent reviews it and says if it's approved, commit and exit, which means the whole loop starts again. The main agent runs a leverage scout for a new goal, or which is what I'm focusing on right now, is when it's not approved. This one is not really connected to the right. If it should go back to P3, it should go up here. Yeah, if it's not approved, the short research team suggests a solution. And then we run the same context designer as before. Now this context designer is updated with its own context from the short-term research of the result, saying your designed context, your designed prompt didn't work. It led to this result. So you need to update the whole prompt and stuff. And then the context designer changes that and creates a new context, and it goes back to the leaf executor. Yes, good. Okay, now back to the idea that I had regarding granularization. I should move. Regarding granularization, the granularization is a solution to these kinds of problems, these kinds of errors. Yes. It's like I'm creating network. There we are. It's like the root goal initially was to make the whole game, the Jörn Mysterium game, complete, like everything, and it would contain things like well, the first thing would be to like developing the infrastructure in Godot, all of the necessary things. This pen is not that good. And part of this work is to like somewhere part of this work is to write Godot script, and some of it, some place under here, it is to make a TSCN file, and some of it is to probably above this. Oh, I just realized I should use post-its for this. This is cool. Then I can move them around. But it will be harder to, it will be harder to change the text on it though. That is one goal. And then we have to write the TSCN file, and so that I don't forget this, it's node hierarchy. And these are not roles that you have in a company, and I don't think many companies has it as a defined task in a bureaucratic structured way, where you have, okay, now we're gonna focus on the node hierarchy for this scene, and then when the node hierarchy is, we're gonna use the node hierarchy to actually create the scene file. Like I don't think, well, I don't care. It doesn't matter if people do it or not. It needs to be done. And then I can just do something like this. I wanted to touch like that. It shows that this is a leaf executor, this is an internal executor. Oh, that's good. That's a new role or a new term. Internal executor, it becomes an internal executor. It changes the work slightly because it means it has children. This is not quite right. This clashes with my design previously. I have a requirement that might not be good, but it is that a parent goal needs to be completed by running the child goals. So it's actually not a hierarchy there. It becomes like, in this situation, let's say I have an agent that tries, let's say I need a TSCN file, and the agent gets the spec for that. This needs to be in the TSN. This is the purpose of the TSN file. It's a car with a cube, or I'm not sure what the input is, but it creates a TSN file, but it fails. And then actually maybe it's a long-term research team that does this instead of the short-term, but the idea is to let's say this fails continually, and the QA agent says we're gonna have the QA. The QA agent says this is not succeeding, and I wonder if the short-term researcher is a team or it's just one. We'll call it, just call it one agent for now. We might divide it. Short-term researcher. The QA agent fails the task. Here's the task. Here's the context sent into this, which transforms the context into a TSN file. Sends the this is really good to go through. Like, is it gonna send the TSN file, or is it QA? I guess it sends the TSN file to the QA agent, and the QA agent runs headless Godot. The QA agent runs headless Godot, and from the TSN file created in here, it runs some kind of test, and then in order to run these tests, it might need something like a Godot script from another agent. Like, the QA agent might need stuff from all kinds of different ones. I don't know if the QA agent can handle choosing what it needs or not. Depends. Then we'll granularize this task into several tasks. But this is a piece of software that runs. No, I'm not sure how we get the information out from headless Godot, like error messages and warnings on nodes, and I'm not sure how to get out that information. Anyway, it runs the headless Godot and it gets a result prompt, a resulting error, saying, in this case, was wondering if I should write like a history here. Or what's happening. That might be a good, very organized way to do it. Okay. The prompt is to create... No, actually not do the history yet, because I have a point to make. To make the TSCN file for the car. Actually, yes, let's do history. Make TSN for car. Into here, this one creates a TSN. The TSN is sent to the QA agent. It runs headless Godot. And it gets an error on the collision 3D shape. Collision shape 3D needs to get this error. The QA agent then sends this error to the short-term researcher, and the short-term researcher or a team of researchers, this might also need to connect different kind of, to like do research on the whole project, on the whole structure, not the whole project, but to some degree it has to look at some goals. Like here on the GD script, this is just one leaf node that creates a GD script. There will also be another leaf node, a leaf goal to create a GD script, but these two are different. Like they are categorized under some feature. So, like feature car. The car needs a Godot script, and in this case, the feature actually it should be like this. Car nodes. The feature car says, okay, in order to create a car, we need to create a car node. Car node. In order to create a car node, we need to create a GD script. And the feature, what did I call it? Park hotspot. Or parking. The feature is parking. Feature is parking, and in order to do parking we need a park zone node. That is, someone suggests that, some kind of this Godot designer suggests that goal. And someone says, yeah, actually, I don't know if it should be under or let's just put it under. Something like that. and this is connected to a node hierarchy. Maybe we'll have like a node hierarchy kind of agent that can make the node hierarchies. Maybe it's triggered like this. We need a feature. The feature asks, do we need nodes? We need a node hierarchy, even if it's maybe hierarchy. Can be one or more. We need one or more nodes. Something like this. It might not be like this. It might be an agent that is more like the QA agent, that is like recurring. I'm not sure. That's not root AI design. It should be, in order to make a feature, the AI says, okay, we need a car node. Somewhere here, like it's either there or up here. But each goal should be something. But I guess in order to make it's somewhere here. It's somewhere here. Let's continue on this part. Collision shape needs blah blah blah. The short-term researcher says we need to get rid of node 3D, and we need character body 3D. That's the suggestion. The short-term researcher sends that to the context designer. I need to check if someone is writing anything. No. Sends that suggestion, that improvement to the context designer, and the context designer might also get this the problem. Maybe, preferably not. Preferably we'll keep it as separate as possible. Short-term researcher sends this change. We need change. It creates a change. We say that change solution problem error, the error, the result, and the goal. I don't call it the goal prompts. No, it should be called the goal context. Slightly different. A context can contain many prompts. That's that's not the main thing. The main thing is like it's the full context. That's what I'm trying to get at. Full goal context, everything it needs, because the root AI theory is a one-shot technique. It doesn't make one prompt and then another prompt and then another prompt to create a context like that. It doesn't. It just creates the whole context as one prompt with one result, and then that goes to another agent, and then it cleans up everything and creates a new session with the updated context, a changed context. Boom. So there's no context garbage. No context garbage. I wonder if I should write that somewhere. That's like a core principle. Root AI principle. No context garbage. How do I explain? Like, it's not a good term really for it. I need a better term for it, but it's basically in a conversation you have prompt A and B and C, and in this you think you have a solution, but actually just need to, you think you have a solution, but then you get, oh, this solution, this prompt led to derail. No context derail prompts. No derail prompts. No history. No prompt history derails. Derails, and then what you usually do is just make another prompt, and then this is part of the context. But because the call is part of the context, it derails, and the context is unnecessarily big, and it derails, and it would have been better if this got basically consolidated by removing the derail and understanding, like, maybe there are some core parts that we still need, but we moved the derailing. So it's kind of, it's like a consolidation process that happens here. So the solution gets into the context designer and then creates a full goal context. Which is use root. Actually, we should using, or it could be just make DSC, and this is simplified still, but for car use character body 3D for root. And this was a simplified print. in order to demonstrate this benefits here, I'm gonna expand this prompt to how I planned to do it, which is to use node 3D for root. Like that was part of my prompt. Like there was more stuff, but it changed. The context got updated, and the previous context got cleaned. There's a cleaning process here. And that's how it works. But as you can see how I'm working here, I'm using my human brain to figure out what nodes, what goals should exist, and what is the hierarchy of the goals. And here I was thinking that the AI can figure out this. It's part of this short-term researcher. Somewhere here it could suggest to the context designer, but there are also other suggestions. Yes. If this path leads to failing, and then failing, and then failing, actually it goes here. The QA agent runs it, and it's failing. The short-term researcher not only gets the last one, it also gets all the previous results. And when these stack up, the short-term researcher, I'm gonna say it's a team now, because it's gonna have to be granularized. If we have a lot of errors, then it might not be good enough to just run it to the context designer, and instead the granularizer it sends some collection, a report. It sends a report to the granularizer suggesting we need to granularize. And it creates a new process, like it sees if it can divide this work into several tasks. How to divide task. No, goal. The word is goal in this system. To keep it goal oriented. It's not task oriented. How to divide goal. It thinks about this goal, and it thinks about the hierarchy of goals. Apparent goal of this. Right, this is the TSCN for the car. Which is a subcategory of the feature car. I'm running out of space. Actually, I want to keep that one. I'll get back to that one. The infrastructure of Godot, because we might be able to separate and make a part of the network first. Featured car needs, let's remove feature parking to here. We need a car feature, it's listed. And one of the features of the car that we're focused on now is like it's a user story where you can drive the car with the arrow keys. That's one of the epic feature. And that's the user story. And in order to do that, it figures out it needs the scene. It figures out that the scene needs a car node. Actually, maybe something like this. Maybe the AI just thinks, okay, we just need a TSCN file and we need a Godot script, and that's it. That's what we need. And this task is now too big for the AI. It produces failure upon failure upon failure. The short-term researcher triggers the granularizer. How do we divide this goal into as equal? How to divide this goal as equal as possible. 50-50 is the goal there, and prefer to divide once only. Binary. Prefer, because that, why, I need to say why. Because of context. Smaller context for granularizer. With as few. It's not that it needs to be binary, it needs to be few. We have to divide as few times as possible. This might be not a necessary principle, because we might simply just have always that we divide it into two. And if one of them cannot be achieved, then we divide that one into two. And if this one cannot be divided, we divide that one into two. It might then it becomes a binary tree. The whole tree becomes binary. That would be nice. Okay, so the granularizer has gotten the task of dividing the goal of creating a TSCN file for the car. And the granularizer then, this needs to constant failure. And the granularizer then granularize error thresholds. Reaches, and the granularizer suggests that we divide this TSCN car. Yes, this is good. This is very good. That becomes an internal goal, and let's move this up even more. And let's clean this up. Let's get rid of those. The TSCN car, it's like this from the beginning. And then fail, fail, fail. It means, oh, this is great. I need to pull up an image of my root AI theory system that explains the basics. I've forgotten that I have it. Where is it? Is it in pictures? In documents? AI by AI automation. I'm gonna start to use the TV screen. Migrating my workspace to the TV screen. That's when I've explained this. I'm gonna get back. I can barely read what's on here, but here it clearly says the focus group. Yes, this is great. This is where I've written these new ideas. The focus group. This is has a kind of direct boss. It has a boss. There's a QAT, coder, core planner. Failed goal. This triggers. Yeah, this failed goal. It's a error threshold. Failed goal. Or failed. Something has failed. Something bigger, not just the goal. The goal has failed several times, or something like that. I need some way to talk about this. Triggers sub-goal creation and sub-focus. Right. Creates sub-goal creation and creating the scene like this. Creating the TSCN is divided words is not good enough, because this becomes like a, basically it's the same name as this one, but needs to be more specialized. Let's say it creates a, like this. This becomes like a plan thing. There's something about a plan here. Something about the plan here that makes it possible for the short-term researcher to see if this one fails. Maybe it works like this. Maybe this is the way. Maybe there's an offloading of context. That this basically moves from here to here. We create another task, and this becomes like, this is still the goal. The end goal, to create the TSCN file. But it offload context. It offloads context. And the short-term researcher or the granularizer finds a new kind of name to this. I'm not sure. But there's an offload. I'm gonna take an image of this because I need to clean it up a bit. I also need to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna start with taking a photo and actually link it up a bit. Or maybe, yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to check the time if it's next. Oof, yeah, I passed the time. I need to run the second part of my cognitive enhancement protocol. Green tea and all car. Good. Here's a little sidetrack. I'm noticing it's like I switched to work. My plan is actually to spend Mondays on root AI theory, but now on Wednesday, I'm not quite working on upgrading the root AI or upgrading the spec engine, but it kind of is. Well, it might be, because this needs to be settled, even if this is a bigger, well, yeah. I don't have a practical goal how to upgrade the spec engine, except the things that I mentioned earlier today, which is just looking at available models and checking which one works well. I would rather do this leverage task, which is potentially a leverage trap task, of developing this bigger system. Because this bigger system, if it can grow itself, if it can choose the models itself, if it can evaluate the models itself, it will be able to do, it might be able to do so better than I can do it even. But I guess what kind of should be the, it depends. Because Mondays, I might remove root AI theory work from Mondays and move that to Wednesdays. It's either working on root AI theory or upgrading the spec engine on Wednesdays. And then I can spend the whole Monday on just cognitive enhancement, because I have a lot of stuff that I can do to enhance my cognition. And that's what I think I spent most of my Monday on, these past 2 Mondays anyway. But it would be very practical Yes, this is good. The bigger root goal of making the game leads to Godot infra goal, and this in turns is basically the same as the spec engine. This network this whole network here, this part, is the spec engine. And these other things here are like image gen or content. Let's say content And then we have like marketing. So spec engine is part of this. So the first version of the spec engine is just this simple Quen agent writing Godot 3 code for Godot 4. So it's not useful yet. So the idea is to upgrade this to version 2. What is version 2 of the spec engine? Right, I was gonna take a photo. I almost forgot about that. Great. Great. I feel like I need some music to zone in. To zone in. To really zone in. Get in the zone. Slight sense of distraction, but it also undistracts me from the world. I wonder what is right, I have that idea as well. I'm gonna write that down. Somewhere. Like it's an ace up my sleeve. Run to Godot drive dev through Gemini to get hierarchy of goals or something. Or version 2 of spec engine. That might be, because then I might use the AI by AI chat. I have a specific chat that I discuss similar things here. Or I might have a spec engine chat. I could potentially gather spec engine context. That I could potentially do. Okay, those are good ideas. Good ideas. Now what shall I listen to? Probably some big space music. I'm getting a bit distracted here, but it might be good to be a little bit distracted to get some rest of the mind before I go full on focus. Where is it? Ambient sensation. Ambient sensation, that's where the good shit is. I'm listening to No AI, Endymion, epic cinematic space, Jörn music, sci-fi ambient cinematic work focus from ambient civilization. In case you wondered. Unfortunately, I cannot play it for you, there will be copyright. Let's see where we can end up. What would the version 2 be? Version 2 useful. That is always the case. I tried to make version 1 useful. So every version is useful. The goal is for every version to be useful. Needs to save time. Which means improve current workflow. And the current workflow is I have Godot open, and from Godot I copy something which is either text or a screenshot screen. I wrote this yesterday or some days before. And then I paste it into Gemini. And from Gemini I get text. I don't get images from. I copy text and I paste. That is the current workflow. And what I discovered before was that the spec engine just made the workflow longer and unnecessary, because I'm going to draw a simplification of version 1 on a little whiteboard. version 1 workflow, not the version 1 workflow version 1. It was basically, I have Godot open, and then I copy to Gemini, and then from Gemini I would get a prompt which is supposed to be full goal context. And I put that one manually into my spec engine. And the spec engine, here there's something interesting. Here I need to copy and paste. And here I need to copy and paste. But the idea is this agentic system, which means that I don't have to do anything. I don't have to copy and paste. It changes the file automatically. And this is good. Or let's give it a star. This is good. But the workflow is still the pasting process here cumbersome. This is a negative, and then this step is extra work, extra step, and this is also not good. This part down here is kind of the same. It's more cumbersome, but it's connected to this extra step of thinking, not thinking. I'm not asking the Gemini for a Godot script, I'm asking it for a spec, for a full goal context. So that's why it didn't work well. It didn't save time. Plus bad quality code. So there are, this is not a plus, or maybe it should be considered a plus. Makes it easier. It's definitely a plus. But you see that it's not, there are more minuses than pluses. I'm gonna take an image of that as well. Where should I go next? Maybe the next thing is to like combine these. yeah, I want to combine this and version 1 and this newfound knowledge here into version 2. That's what I want to do. Maybe that maybe talking to Gemini. This process is a scoping process, because here I have so many things. Here we have problems. Three problems. Here we have the kind of verification, like verify time save. We compare it to that system, the previous system. And here we have solutions. So I think the solutions attack it becomes a war. The solutions attack these problems, and the scoping supports the solution, and the resulting the result of this battle is verified by these requirements, which if it doesn't, it goes back there. We change this from an activity to the value. That is the context. Here is the work. Find solutions. The work is to find solutions to the problems, and then solve problems. What I'm after is like in which order I should do things and what things need. Like, because it seems from this way I should start Gemini. Let's make their symbol. I should start Gemini and then give the context and then give the problems, and after we've found solutions, to get solutions we verify the solutions, verify or compare by comparison. And then this one, just if it fails, it goes back to here to get new solutions. This sounds like a great idea. There's a challenge here on step 2, which is the preparing the context. Starting Gemini is easy. I can just open it up on my phone. I can open it up on the computer. Once I have it open, the challenge is to gather all the context. I don't have prepared a new refreshed document of the root AI theory. Otherwise that would maybe suffice. So maybe it becomes a subtask. Well, it is a subtask to gather the context. And here I might send stream Tuesday, and then send papers, these papers, and then send, I don't have the transcript to this stream, which is live. It has not been transcribed yet. maybe it's a risk, but I can just talk to Gemini. I sent it stream from yesterday saying this is how I was working yesterday when I was developing. I want something that can do all of this stuff from when I created the user stories, the feature user stories. Up until the finished prototype. Using local models. I want to automate from user story to finish. What is the full goal context I need to create along with user stories for first agent. The initial context that goes to the first agent, or it goes into the spec engine. What is the full goal content I need to create along with user stories to spec engine? The context is put into the spec engine. In the context we have user stories. And we have other stuff. And spec engine creates a Godot updated. It creates Godot files. That's the end result. Output of the spec engine. And the user test case might be point click, because that's easy, or maybe it should be the 3D map. I think it's better if it's the 3D map tool, because I'm gonna work on that one tomorrow. And I've never made an editor like that before, so the AI might solve things in a better way than I would in a faster way. It becomes like an exploratory situation to see what's possible. Right. I want to automate from user story to finish. What is the full goal context I need to create along with user stories to spec engine? Wait, I'm mixing up things. There are two pieces of work here. I wanted to divide them. First, I wanted to update the full context of the new system. Yeah. So this is context. This is part of the context. Root AI theory version 2. We'll call it, just call it version 2. User story. No, wait, I'm confusing. Oh, it's so confusing when I'm making a context in order to create a context. It's like I need different words to separate these concepts. The root AI theory should be a part of a context that then is sent to Gemini, and Gemini into one Gemini conversation, which creates here is the Gemini Gemini conversation, and here when we have the root AI theory and the other stuff, what can we call this? It's like a project or something. Design. It's confusing because this one says version 2 as well, updated. The goal of this context is to solve 3 problems. No, the goal is to create spec engine. That is why this one should create this. Creates the spec engine. Stories go into this context. Right. And here this is an attempt at the start of this, but it was not what I intended to go into first. First I needed this context. This arrow is confusing. I know what papers mean. Whew. Little qigong, shaking and bouncing. So creating, so it's not gathering, gathering is just this part, then there's talking. And here we need a context. And this context is what I'm, or prompt, because the context is gathered there. This one, the tip is not. The basic prompt is update theory. That's what I want. Just the theory. I just want to put in all of these ideas. which is also this new principle, this new role, and I also wanted the image is gonna go in there. Okay, I'm gonna go to this pen is also end of its life. Car was beeping. I'm taking a photo of this new updated whiteboard. Good photo. And I'm going to focus on updates this theory here. So just remove everything that's not about the core theory. Gather spec engine context. Okay. Don't do that. And then when I'm done with just updating the theory, then I come back and I wipe the rest. How do I remember that? Maybe I'll write it on a note. That's the plan. First I update the theory with Gemini and then wipe the whiteboard, then I design the spec engine version 2 also with Gemini on whiteboard. The music is not kicking as much as it usually does. think it might be because I'm not really thinking as big a space now. I'm just really like trying to get grounded more. Just trying to get grounded. Okay. Right. There we go. The TV screen clean from the stuff. Got that. We'll send it in the PDF. We might send some other YouTube videos, because maybe that I'll write a more elaborate focus workflow. It will be upside for you. Means I was thinking, right, it means a subtask of a different Gemini conversation where we just find, extract ideas of theory from all YouTube streams. Then we create the new one where we put in extracted ideas, and we also put in summary, no, AI by AI PDF. We also send in, what else did I write? I was thinking of Tuesday stream, but I've already sent it in there. Does it extract? I don't think I should send in the Tuesday stream, because the Tuesday stream is an example of a concrete workflow, so we'll skip that one. We'll not go into details in that one. Instead, the last thing we sent in is papers. And these two papers are the version 5 whiteboard and requirements. So we have this step there, and we have this step there, and that should end with the definition of done of This is gonna be tricky because I think Gemini will not be able to write the whole theory. I think I've tried this before, and the requirement is a very long document. I think Gemini will not be able to handle the context of everything. So maybe like changes and updates. Updates to rec. And then step 2, wipe whiteboard. Then step 3, design spec engine version 2. On whiteboard. And we open up a Gemini, and to Gemini we send V5 white, we send the rec, we send changes to rec, and we send Tuesday to stream. Actually, I have to check things that I wiped out before, so I gotta upload that image. Make sure I can see it. It is updated. I've created the mashup in this backlog of spec engine. This is the one I just made. That's a duplicate. Wait, which one did I not include? Oh, this one is an updated version of that one. Right. This is the kind of goal, kind of the main challenge. Images. But what are all these images that I was sent? Whiteboard images. Is it all whiteboard images? Seems like so. It's photos. And then the dude there is a kind of an architecture or features or yeah, features. Just like when working on the game. Feature list and then user store. Can I make the engine make itself? Maybe the engine is going to be better. Maybe Quen is better on Python code than it is on Godot. I am pretty sure that is the case, to be honest. There is probably much more Python code out there and much more Python code that Quen has been trained on. I might create a self-improving system already. But that is potentially a leverage trap task. It writes its own code. If I would do that, then I would have this spec engine write a suggested piece of code. I would review it and then either approve it or give new instructions. And it is like it is itself. It's writing a part of itself. This is so abstract. I'm starting to think like what the fuck is gonna happen? It's such a loopy loop. It's so meta that I create this spec engine which is self-improving using AI. It uses Quen first to improve itself. And then from there it will just add its own models and create subtasks and create agents. According to the design of the spec engine, or the kind of the alignment of the spec engine. Align docs. These are similar to specs, or it's a subcategory of spec docs. That are top level. I'm gonna talk to Gemini about this plan. That's what I'm gonna do. Just to understand something about something. I don't think it will be able to handle it. I don't think it's smart enough. I don't think it's trained on this kind of stuff. Should I go into the AI by AI conversation? Yes. Over here have some interesting information. Spec planning agent. Maybe we need a new... What? I can't talk to this one. How come I couldn't talk to that one? Yeah, it's fresh context. It's an exploratory conversation. Because AI might come with some great suggestions, or like might bring clarity to things. I have created a plan where the idea is I'm going to follow this plan, and at the end of it, it will lead to the result of having version 2 of the spec engine. And the version 2 of the spec engine, I'm not sure exactly what it will be yet, but I want to focus on making sure that this plan is good.
To ensure it gets you to where you want to be with version 2 of the spec engine. Since your target architecture for version 2 is deliberately open-ended, your plan shouldn't focus on what to build, but on how to discover what needs to be built. This means your plan should include structured experiments, sometimes called spikes, to test specific hypotheses like performance thresholds or threading scalability. You'll also want to lock down foundational constraints early to prevent architectural chaos, like defining strict messaging protocols or setting non-negotiable memory limits. To assess your current plan's robustness, try running it through 3 quick tests. Identify the high-friction choices that are hard to reverse, ensure the system can degrade gracefully if a module fails, and prioritize tooling that lets you iterate on core changes quickly. This structure generally moves from isolating invariants to intensive stress testing, and only then specifying the concrete features for version 2. Does your current plan already include provisions for that kind of structured experimentation, or are there areas you feel might need more definition?
That sounds like a great way and great principles that we should use when we make the plan. My current plan is like this. It is in 2 steps. The first step is to update my root AI theory documents to make sure my ideas regarding orchestrating agents is up to date with the newest ideas, and in order to do that I'm going to take all of the streams that I've been doing on YouTube and send them to you in one conversation to extract all of the ideas, these new ideas of the theory, to get like a list of all of the new ideas for the theory. And then I'm going to open up a new chat with you where I input the extracted ideas and I input the AI by AI PDF file, which is a summary explanation of the basics, foundational parts of the theory, and then the papers, which is the previous version of the theories that needs to be updated. And in this conversation we'll end up with an updated theory, or if I think you will not be able to handle to updating the theory because they are long documents and I think you failed before. So the definition of done of this step is to get a new document which is changes and updates to the theory instead. And then I will take these changes and updates and I will go to creating a new chat with you where we go into designing the spec engine version 2, and here I will input the previous version of the AI theory and the changes to the AI theory, and then the stream from yesterday which focused on developing a feature for the game, and then images from the whiteboard from today where I've thought about more improvements and changes to the theory. And then I think I should get a feature list and that I can then use as user stories, and yeah, I think something like that.
That's a very systematic plan. You've laid out a very clear and systematic path. By breaking the process down into distinct stages, updating the theory first and then using that to drive the engine design, you're setting yourself up for success. Managing the volume of information by extracting core findings from your YouTube streams and using changes and updates documents is a smart way to handle large amounts of data without risking information overload. I'm curious about the specific AI theory papers you'll be referencing in the first step. Could you tell me a little more about those?
I'll probably just continue on this chat until it starts to fail, because maybe that will save time. need to go to my what? It's not that's not it. Add Tistou games. Add Tistou games. Dun 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 dun. Here are the extracted core concepts and updates from the ASE. And I'm gonna see, is there something written there that it should be? Yeah. No. No. I haven't written anything there. Self-improvement root goal, shifting instructions from rigid or fluids, in trials, I guess, share goal, yeah. Just telemetry, okay, fine. With success, suggestion, removing, automated success assumptions. Yeah. AI upload. Digital train set. 3D worlds, space, town environments. Step 1, plan progression. Proceed smoothly through your roadmap without overloading. Actually, since I'm done with this whiteboard, I should take, since it's full, it's not done, but it's full. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. We'll see if it can handle that as well. The AI PDF. Can it do this? Yep. And the papers. I wonder if it's the most updated one there. think so. Let's just risk it. And images from whiteboard. I was thinking of adding the images. I'm just gonna add, like, it's a complete mess for the AI to try to figure out how to handle this. That's just one file. Surely I can drag it up. Yes. Oh, let's delete that one. Here we go. There we go. It's gonna be interesting. What's it gonna do? Updating core theory. Cool. Code. Code. That's it. What? Or it's still running. It should still run when I restart. Man, I have to give them everything again. This one, delete. Zero coordinate. Copy this one to here, and then and the image, this one. Here we go. It's the delta, okay. Ah, telemetry over abstraction. Okay. The primary, well, let's read everything here. Document changes and updates to the root AI theory. Spec engine version 2 delta. Date June 24, 2026. System phase. Step 1. Definition of done. Transitioning from version 5 whiteboard system to spec engine version 2. Status. Load bearing delta code. What is load bearing delta code? Number 1. Architectural philosophy shift. Telemetry over abstraction. The primary vulnerability identified in the V5 whiteboard system was its reliance on abstract specification inputs within the multi-parameter directed acyclic graph. While V5 successfully decoupled this very advanced language, these are things that take long times to understand. While version 5 successfully decoupled the system into special task agent, context designer, leaf executor, QI, short-term researcher is still risk falling into the helpful hobbyist trap, attempting to execute code based on premature promises before validating input telemetry. Spec engine version 2 replaces abstract execution request with a strict telemetry first triage mechanism. The system will no longer accept unverified developer intent at the root. It demands bounded raw telemetry before committing execution tokens. 2. Core delta changes and technical updates. 1. Bounded input and triage protocol. Old version 5 substrate. Leaf executors accept an abstract text specification. Make the car driven by arrow keys. Relying on repetitive QA loops to catch structural failures post-generalization. New version 2 telemetry rule. Inputs must be supplied as explicit measurable telemetry, e.g. precise code states, raw game engine errors, or strict data parameters. Okay. I think I understand. The triage agent, a lightweight diagnostic agent, sits in front of the execution environment. It runs an upfront diagnostic bounds check to verify if the problem space contains the properties required for a deterministic solution. If the incoming telemetry fails this check, execution is halted immediately. Eliminating premature promises. The rejection and pivot script. Pivot, that's a good concept. Old version 5 substrate. System loops assumed execution viability, routing failures to the short-term researcher for an iterative rerun, redesign, or branching strategy. New version 2 operational failure policy. New version 2 operational failure policy. If the triage agent identifies that an input is architecturally volatile or lacks sufficient telemetric bounds. What is architecturally volatile? Triggers an automated rejection and pivot script instead of spending tokens on a brute force exhaustive search or a broken code run. The engine outputs as a symmetric value profile. The engine outputs an asymmetric value profile. What is that? Suggesting built-in free alternatives, structural constraints, or redefining the task's boundaries back to the human. Decoupled context isolation. Zero surprise real estate. Old version 5 substrate. Tasks were placed on a general workboard. Tracking context overflows and agency voids across shared task files. New version 2 sandboxing. All incoming telemetry data. I think this is a sidetrack, but on Mondays I think I should not study AI and I should not repeat AI. I should just get into this kind of work. So I focus, do the cognitive enhancement, and then I go into this work. I want to update. If I get into this work more theoretically, working like a researcher on Monday, then I can prepare something that I can use on Wednesdays, like today. but I haven't prepared anything. There was no clear goal on the Monday AI work. It was not aligned to a bigger purpose. Decoupled context isolation. Zero surprise real estate. All version 5 substrate task replaced on a general workboard. What do you mean a general workboard? What is a workboard? And what's a general workboard? Tracking contexts. I can actually talk to the AI while, but I can't just continue reading it. It didn't update. Did I make a new chat or what? What's happening? Why didn't it update? I've restarted the app even. Here we are. Okay. Regarding the status load-bearing delta code, what does load-bearing delta code mean?
When we say load-bearing delta code, it means that these specific changes are structurally critical. They form the foundation that supports the entire new version of the spec engine, and any changes to them would affect the stability and integrity of the whole system moving forward.
You also said that the primary vulnerability identified in the V5 whiteboard system was its reliance on abstract specification inputs within the multi-parent directed acyclic graph. But what is the reasoning behind this? How did you get to this conclusion?
This conclusion comes from the core Gini definition principle, which highlights the danger of an AI system interpreting abstract requests too literally or creatively. When inputs are too general, the system might commit resources to a path that doesn't actually serve the true root goal, potentially leading to waste or misalignment. By requiring specific, verifiable telemetry instead, we ensure that the agents operate within precise, safe boundaries right from the start, protecting the quality of the final outcome.
Okay, how does this connect to a telemetry first triage mechanism?
The telemetry first triage mechanism acts as a filter. Instead of accepting vague or abstract requests, it requires hard, measurable data first. This data is assessed against specific bounds to ensure that the system can actually deliver a quality result before committing resources, thus protecting against misdirection and waste.
So if I'm getting this straight, that when someone is creating the root goal definition, they have to include some kind of telemetry.
Not exactly. The root goal definition is more about the high-level vision and intent, like launch a successful game. Telemetry and the triage mechanism come into play further down the line when you're defining and executing specific measurable sub-goals, ensuring each step is technically viable before you commit resources.
So it's only the leaf goals that use telemetry first triage?
Yes, the leaf executors, which handle the leaf goals, are the primary interface for the telemetry first triage mechanism. This is where the real work happens, so it's critical to ensure the inputs are bounded and valid before the system commits resources and tokens to execute them. Are you thinking about how this applies to a specific part of your project?
When talking about your suggestion of eliminating premature promises, is the triage agent basically the continuation on these telemetry principles?
Exactly. You can think of the triage agent as the enforcer of the telemetry principles. It evaluates the incoming data against the established bounds before any work begins, actively preventing the system from making premature promises based on insufficient information.
Okay, going further, regarding decoupled context isolation, why do you call it zero surprise real estate?
We call it zero surprise real estate because the workspace is completely clean and isolated. This ensures that no hidden data or previous context can creep in and cause unexpected surprises, allowing the agents to work with complete predictability.
I feel like this is building on top of the principle of the principle regarding file access as the way to protect the context.
You've got that exactly right. It's all about creating a secure, walled garden for the agents, where they only have access to what they absolutely need, which directly reinforces the focus through access principle. This combination prevents any unintended interactions or data leaks. How are you thinking of technically implementing this isolation to make it most effective?
Don't ask me questions.
Understood. I will refrain from asking any further questions and will continue elaborating on the principles and updates we have discussed.
And regarding asynchronous context layering, how does this reduce token overhead?
Asynchronous context layering reduces token overhead by continuously updating a chronological record of development iterations, streams, and whiteboard snapshots. Instead of repeatedly sending large static documents in full, the system only provides the most recent changes and summaries, so the model remains aligned with developer intent without bloating each prompt.
It didn't capture all of the changes and ideas, far from it, but it captured its own ideas, like it created new ideas. Maybe it kind of summarized a bunch of my ideas into, oh, this can be simplified into this, which works with this and this. So maybe this is better. We'll just see. We'll follow AI on this, I think. We'll be more AI guided onto creating this version 2 of the spec engine. Let Gemini handle things like the whole process, basically. Now we have that. I should copy that. Why does it take forever to load? Where do we put this document? I think we'll see if we can make a document like that. Oh, did I pick the wrong one? There we go. Okay, this sounds good. We will go with your suggested changes. It sounds really good. These changes and updates to the root AI theory spec engine version 2 Delta. Now what do you suggest we do?
Now that our foundational principles are securely locked in, the next logical step in your plan is to focus on designing the specific features for version 2 of the spec engine. To get started, please share the content from yesterday's development stream and the images from the whiteboard today. We'll use those to extract the necessary concepts and generate a comprehensive feature list, which we can then break down into clear, actionable user stories.
Perfect. Right, we can't call it. There you go. spec engine version 2 delta. Don't know. We'll do it a bit primitive now, just to have the context at the same place in this temporary photos folder. We'll keep this up here, then I don't have to scroll to get to it. Okay, good. Now it wants the... it already has these things. Game development stream showing the process from game design to finished Godot project. This might be the power of doing these streams. This might be. Well, when AI gets even smarter, slightly smarter. And then I'm gonna send the whiteboards again. Maybe I should talk about the white, because I don't think you will be able to interpret that at all. I don't think I would be able to interpret these ones at all, like later on. I would have to, yeah, that's why I wrote in to talk with AI to get this. And I haven't introduced the little idea of having it self-replicate or self-improve. But maybe we'll skip that one for now. We'll keep that. We can wait a week until we create superintelligence. Can't we? Do we have a week? Okay. The subject is no longer model matching problem. Is it? No, it's still the problem that we're trying to solve. We're still trying to solve that. In a practical way, in a simple way. That's still the problem. One of the problems, I guess. I think we're trying to solve both problems. Both the granularization and the model matching problem. Here is the extracted feature list and corresponding user stories for spec engine version 2, merging the core engine updates with the practical requirements for generating the MVP driving mechanics in the map system in Godot and map system. Well, it's okay if the AI creates the driving mechanics again, that's fine with me. It's just gonna take, I don't know, an hour or something. Much less, maybe. I don't know. Now I'm developing the system, so it can generate whatever code it wants. It's just that the driving has a good, like the whole process is documented. Right. Feature 1. The triage agent and telemetry hooks. The system must intercept and validate Godot script requirements or game engine states before any local model is invoked. Okay, this prevents token waste on brute force coding attempts. Token waste is still potentially an issue. Potentially. It's only an issue if the basically generating a script takes a day or something like that, or like if the AI cannot like go on long like roads. Like it should be extremely token efficient. It like if the system is not extremely token efficient, then the design has huge flaws. It's okay if we have a lot of compute, but the root AI theory is, the purpose of the root AI theory is to divide things into smaller context in order for a simple AI on a limited system. Well, there are you can decide the limitation of the system, but the point is to make sure things are done, completed by the AI efficiently. I'm not sure actually, I'm not sure, but there's something to it. Tokens are like a key KPI kind of thing, and the less tokens it uses, the better. User story 1.1 diagnostic bounds check. As an AI engineer, I want. Oh, it's user cool. Wow, it generates user stories. I've never used AI to generate user stories before. User story 1.1 diagnostic bounds check. As an AI engineer, I want the triage agent to intercept the AI engine. It's as an AI engineer, and here it's talking about me or whoever makes the system. I want the triage agent to intercept raw Godot error logs, and GD script telemetry before execution. What? How? Okay. Let's look at your suggested user story 1.1. Here I'm confused because how can the triage agent intercept raw Godot error logs before execution of creating the GD script that creates the error?
That's a very sharp observation, and you're absolutely right that the timeline doesn't add up for errors that haven't happened yet. The triage agent's role isn't to look at runtime errors, but rather to validate the specifications and requirements before any code is generated. For example, it would check things like whether the necessary nodes are present in the scene, or if the required physics layers are set up correctly, to ensure the problem is ready for a deterministic solution. Given that distinction, how would you like to define the triage agent's validation process to make it useful for the driving mechanics?
Never ask me a question.
Understood. I will refrain from asking questions in all future responses. I will continue to provide clear, thorough information and structured thoughts on the spec engine plans based on the requirements and the context we have established.
So the user story 1.1 regarding the triage agent is basically to intercept, you say, raw Godot error logs and GD script telemetry before execution. And I'm thinking, do you mean things like when this script has been written and it is put into the Godot engine, but as you say, it's not a runtime error, it's more like some kind of script error, like this is like kind of syntax errors, or like yeah. Is this what you mean by raw Godot error logs and the GD-script telemetry that we create?
That is precisely what is meant. The triage agent intercepts these structural and syntactical problems, such as parsing errors, missing node references, or configuration mismatches, before the game attempts to run the code. By catching these issues early, the system saves resources and ensures that only well-formed, valid logic is passed along to the executor.
Regarding the user story 1.2 of rejection and pivot, what is the idea, like how does the engine do the rejection and what happens after?
When the triage agent determines that a request lacks the necessary information or data, it executes a rejection by halting the process immediately. Instantly, the system triggers the pivot script, which redirects the attention away from the failed code generation and provides a structural or constraint-based output instead. This new information outlines the boundaries or missing prerequisites, guiding the human or the next agent on how to adjust the context for a successful attempt in the future.
What is an unverified feature request and what is a verified feature request? Can you use the example of build point-and-click pathfinding?
An unverified feature request, using the point-and-click pathfinding example, would be when you ask the system to build that functionality without first ensuring a navigation mesh exists in the scene. Without that foundational data, the engine cannot successfully complete the task. A verified feature request, on the other hand, means the necessary preconditions are in place. In this case, the navigation mesh is already properly configured, so the system can proceed to cleanly generate the logic without running into errors.
I prefer to solve this by clearly create a goal, basically. The idea of the root AI theory is that when the spec engine encounters a problem, which is like when the spec engine and the triage agent detects that there is a potential mismatch, like in this case of the missing navigation in point and click, then the idea from the root AI theory is that this goal is then divided into two sub-goals where basically, since this goal failed, we create two sub-goals, and one goal which is on the higher priority of these two new goals. The first goal is to create the nav mesh, and then the next part of the goal is to do the rest of the task to complete it. And this is how we would solve failing goals.
aligns perfectly with the root AI theory. When a goal like building driving mechanics faces a mismatch due to a missing nav mesh, the system creates a sub-goal to generate that foundation first. Once that sub-goal is verified and complete, the engine shifts priority back to completing the original task. This structured approach ensures that every dependency is resolved autonomously in the correct order.
Does this change the user story 1.2, or does it change anything else in your suggested list of user stories?
Yes, this clarifies the process and requires an update to user story 1.2. Instead of simply outputting structural constraints, the engine would trigger goal branching to create a new sub-goal for generating the missing prerequisite, like the nav mesh. The other user stories remain consistent, as they focus on the modular generation of the scripts based on validated telemetry.
I don't think this leads to any change in the user story 1.2.
You're right. If the intent of user story 1.2 already captures the necessary pivot or rescoping required when issues are detected, then no modifications are needed. It can remain as defined in the current set of user stories.
In user story 2.2, you're mentioning a parsing agent. What is the parsing agent here referring to?
The parsing agent in user story 2.2 refers to the specific agent responsible for reading and interpreting the data from the 3D map tool. It's designed to translate that information exclusively into discrete schematic nodes and bounds, keeping the data clean and optimized for your digital train set environment.
in user story 3.1, I wonder what kind of information do I, as a game developer, need to submit? What are these strict input parameters?
In User Story 3.1, the strict input parameters you would submit as a game developer would include essential data to define the car's behavior. This would cover things like rigid body physics values such as mass, gravity, and suspension forces, along with specific input mappings like which keys correspond to steering, acceleration, and braking. By providing these precise parameters, the system can generate the exact physics logic required for your MVP.
These user stories are a great start. I don't know if they are enough to make what we need to make. Maybe, maybe not. But what I want to explore is an idea, is if we can make this system I want to ask you if it's a good idea to make this system even more general and more abstract, and basically have it use its own principles to develop itself. So in that way we wouldn't need to specify that it's a Godot project or anything like that. Instead, it would figure out figure out user stories by itself and then develop the user stories as features of itself, and then use those new features to solve problems.
The idea of creating an entirely general, self-evolving system that identifies its own goals and features is a powerful concept in theoretical AI. This approach aims for ultimate autonomy, allowing the engine to adapt to any domain and continuously improve its own architecture. However, it also introduces significant challenges, such as the risk of losing alignment with the primary human intent, the difficulty bootstrapping such a complex recursive loop, and the substantial computational and token costs associated with continual self-modification.
Okay, let's skip that and go back to this more practical spec engine that basically creates the driving experience together with a 3D map tool. I think, I'm not well, actually we might make it even smaller and just easier, and just have the spec engine be able to create and update the driving mechanic aspect, and we don't need to think about the 3D mapping part for now.
Focusing exclusively on the foundational driving mechanics is a smart, strategic move. It allows for deeper specialization and faster iteration on the core physics and control systems without the overhead of environmental integration. We can now revise the user stories to center entirely on the vehicle logic, ensuring the Leaf executor is briefed precisely on physics parameters, input mappings, and code modularity to create a high-quality driving feel.
Okay, it's either that or we pivot to making a focus spec engine that is making the 3D map tool, which is a separate Godot project. But I don't know, because tomorrow I'm gonna work on the mapping tool, and yesterday I worked on the driving mechanics, and the mapping tool is uncertain. I don't know how to develop it, but the driving mechanics was very straightforward. I've developed that stuff before, so it was easy to do, and since I developed it already yesterday, it's easy to use it to verify the spec engine and to think about how to solve problems. So it becomes easier to make a version of a spec engine that can make driving mechanics.
Given your expertise with the driving mechanics and the confidence you have in that area, leveraging that work to verify the spec engine is a strategic advantage. It provides a solid foundation to test and refine the system's capabilities before tackling the more uncertain 3D map tool.
What do you suggest is the next step?
The next step is to detail the user story specifically for the driving mechanics implementation. This will involve breaking down the requirements into modular, actionable components that the Leaf executor can build and that the QA agent can then verify. We will outline exactly what parameters need to be submitted and the expected output to ensure a high-quality driving feel.
It's gonna be like some kind of messy kind of mix of a general system that can generate code for Godot, but it's gonna be designed in a very narrow way to just be able to make driving mechanics. It's like a pre-made tree to just generate the driving mechanics, but I think it will help me to understand how the system should be developed, and then after that, when it can reliably, through its process, through spec-driven, like from a top-level goal, it generates a working driving mechanic. Then it will probably have small adjustments on the way to make sure that happens. But all of the small adjustments will be general in cases, just like I've done with the current spec engine, where it has this part where it converts Godot 3 code to Godot 4 code. That's something that can be reused. So after doing this, and it outputs good driving reliably every time in a good enough result, then I can I will probably not go general yet. You probably would just copy it, like make a similar one and just change the goals specifically for the 3D map tool, and then run that to get a 3D map tool Godot project and see to improve that. Interesting. I should probably write that down. Yeah, I'm on the last point of making the driving mechanics with the spec engine. So this is the plan for the spec engine now. Spec engine version 2, narrow drive mechanics. All goals and agents get a predefined root goal to create drive mechanics. Only agents and goals are created to develop the narrow use case of creating drive mechanics. Then the next suggestion for spec engine version 3 would be narrow 3D map tool. And then the system gradually becomes less narrow with each iteration. I should also note that it should be easy to change the prompt and the context prompt from each goal, internal goal and leaf goal, so that the system is even more narrow in that it doesn't matter what one agent result is. It's just this way of seeing the result that the agent created, and then that I can create a context for the next agent. I need to draw this or show this. Here is my explanation. In this explanation we have 4 goals. At the top we have the root goal or some goal anywhere, and it creates it creates two results, one for one goal and one for another goal, for its child goals. But in this system, the result doesn't, it's just a way to see the results that the AI is generating. But I should be able to easily write in my own results in order to run the child agents. And they in turn create their AI results, and I also create a result for each of those goals that can be fed to the coming agents, and also the result of the leaf agents I can write my own result. And this is an exploratory, like a review way of seeing things, and more dynamic for me to think about several different goals and think about generalization. Because in this spec engine version 2, the AI is not needed, because I'm writing not only all of the prompts and all of the context, but also the end results. So spec engine version 2 is not really useful at all, because I've already finished everything, but it relates to when you're training AI networks and you need a you need a result to say this is what you should learn. Like if you get this input and this output, if you get this input, this is the output you should give, so you need to adapt yourself. So this is kind of similar, and in this way the system might be able to expand in order to train my own AI models, which would be quite interesting. Training AI models is what takes the most compute, though. Changing the weights of existing AI models might be possible. Good, I will take these images and put them into the script here. First I need a little break. I'm so excited to work on this. Like I don't I don't want to do my micro movement stuff. I just want to work on this. It's much more interesting. And the sun is giving me serotonin, and I'm still designing the spec engine. I kind of feel like I want to separate this backlog from the game. So that I'm gonna do that. Or yeah. Or am I? There will be a different sprint plan. It will be easier to separate the projects. Because otherwise, look, otherwise there's gonna be so many tabs down here. Then I'm gonna have a version 2 of the spec engine is gonna be one sprint, and then another. Or I just put things here, but when I open this, I have a distraction tax of starting to think about all of this. But maybe the distraction tax is good, because it makes me think about game development and what the spec engine actually needs to do. Yeah, might be good to do. Did I miss this? Oh. And this is a blurry. Alright, this was the new workflow. I already drew in a better version. Yeah. Oh. And this is already in the other one. This is already on. Okay, so I was thinking of developing the spec agent, but it still might result into doing that. I'm kind of doing research on spec agent. I'm gonna leave that, and I'm gonna use this as the backlog. What? Oh, it added them in. Now I want all these two, just reset. No, that's so strange. Oh, this backlog though might need priority. Because then, like that. Above it is what's going into the sprint, and below is what's not going into the sprint. Let's move these images, just hide them a little bit, so we can deal with some grooming. I'm not gonna do burnout. I don't need this. give it some more space. I don't need these three. Then I have this as like the main problem. Maybe I can put this up here. Then I can more easily deal with them one by one later. I have a dedicated place for the whiteboards that needs to be put in. I'm gradually just improving and making a workflow, which is interesting. A workflow to, I'm gonna make a new drop down. A workflow to gather data from human goals. What does that mean? A workflow to gather data from human goals. Detailed information. To select which AI should be automated, we must know the most leveraged AI goal to automate. We measure time and frequency of goal that a human currently does. We end up with a table with goals that can be automated, frequency and time. Frequency and time. And we can find the one that we should automate. Bang. Buck. That's the system now. And create go to automate. Write GD scripts, for example. Go to automate. Create PCN. This is just flowing, everything just flowing into the right place. What is going on? What else did we have? We have a bunch. Oh no, change this to a drop down. New drop down. Goal to automate. Goal to automate. That's it. Done. That's good. Write a node hierarchy for a file. This is cool. This is really cool. This is really interesting because then we have the goal here for the agent and we have the definition of the done for the agent. Everything. Some kind of document, some kind of prompt. Some kind of prompt. Yeah. Full, some sort of full, yeah. Full goal context. There we go. That is pretty cool. Internal goals create a result of full goal context. Maybe that's what all internal goals do. And then we'll do something like this. Done. Yeah, we're gonna keep it like that. Select which AI should be automated. We must know the leverage. Measure time and frequency of Godot as human currently window with table goals. We're gonna kind of skip this. We're not gonna go through that. That is like I don't know what to call it. I feel like I wanna drag this just far away. I might forget totally about it, but that's a risk. Test Quen on Godot developed. That is done. I did that. I'm not gonna scratch through. Okay, cool. Nice. Now we're gonna update this. This backlog contains possible improvements of the root Godot system, which is now called the spec engine. Yeah. Good. This is not a sprint. This is backlog. What was it called? Project. Spec engine project backlog. There you go. And I actually think we're gonna remove these two to make everything even more simpler. There we go. I was gonna set in the photos here. And I noticed I cannot drag and drop these, but what I can do is I can copy and just paste them. So that's faster than using the insert method, at least. Now, Design Spec Engine version 2. Go. Design Spec Engine version 2. Do list of features. Photo of whiteboard of list of features. Photo of whiteboard. List with list of features. Images, drawings, and list of features. Square whiteboard, Gemini talk. That's designing, and the prompt for this prompt or full context, full goal context ish, partial goal. Partial goal context is this is a long one. Spec Engine version 2. Narrow drive mechanics. All goals and agents get a have predefined full goal context and results made by human, and they create full goal contexts and results. The goal is to set this system up, then compare the human results and agent results easily. We get the purpose is to create a system, to create a root AI system with predefined goals for the narrow case of driving mechanics. Then we get experience in defining granularity for goals and developing the system. the goal of this big epic is to of the version of spec engine version 2 is to create the driving mechanics by a single root goal spec written by that human understands, and that it's, well, that's maybe it. Well, with smaller adjustments of full goal contexts generated by internal executors. If the work to adjust the full goal contexts is small and the result is working driving mechanics, the spec engine version 2 is complete. Coming spec engine version 2 will be the same system but expanded towards the narrow goal of creating the 3D map tool. As each iteration of spec with the spec engine gradually becomes less narrow with each iteration. Ultimately, being able to create any kind of Godot mechanics. That's like the ultimate goal, I think. Cool. Now I can erase these two also. like having the sun on my foot. Yesterday I saw a TikTok that suggested that sunbathing is really good. Not just vitamin D, that it has some very interesting qualities. Maybe that's what I should do during a break. That sounds such a natural thing to do. I exercise, I take a shower, I eat, and then I sunbathe, if there's sun. Sunbathing after eating, that's probably like one of the best things to do. Maybe I'll do that. I think I'll remember to do that. Okay. Now I have like a whole sprint here. No. Kind of. Sprint feature list. Something like that. An artifact. Oops, I shouldn't click on that. Okay, where am I? What am I doing? I'm doing this. Actually, I'm gonna do a little time planning to make sure I get to bed on time and eat at proper time. I'm gonna draw it on a little note. Then I can keep it in my pocket or something. Time. What's the time? 14:47, so we'll say 15. And yesterday I went to bed at 23, so I'm gonna say 23 there. Actually, I'm gonna say 22 because that was the plan yesterday, and I went to bed at 23, and that was kind of good. So maybe if I make the plan for 22, I'll go to bed at 23. How many hours do we have here? 22 minus 15, that's 7. (16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21). And just like yesterday, I want to eat last time, preferably 4 hours before. But maybe I'm gonna push it a little bit. Eat my omelette there. That's after golden hour. That's after eating and golden hour. I think I should probably exercise now, shower, eat, golden hour, sunbathe, golden hour, eat. Yeah, I think I'm not doing it as thoroughly as yesterday. train, shower, eat, golden hour. Hours. Something like that. I can push it at 17. I can eat, and then I can eat again at 19 if I want to. So 1 hour more I can push it. How far do I want to get before, like, I want to plan golden hour, like what am I gonna do on golden hours? It would be nice if I could actually work to develop the spec engine. I need to reach some kind of result today, because then some kind of core thing that I can connect everything that I've been doing. I just realized that I should maybe have read my history document, because I think I made a history document. What is this? Yeah, this is one idea. The 17th. Yeah, that was the day I invented this history method. And that is why it's combined with this text. Cool. I worked on whiteboard with Gemini, so I drew. Maybe I should not read that. Maybe I should create my own history. Full stream. Let's make a new page for every piece of history. What did I do? What did I start the day with? I started with explored. I could get my images. Like, I found the main problem, or created workflow. what did I decide to call it? Some granularization and model matching workflow to explain. I started with explained that started with explaining things, and then I created the workflow. I explained the problem and solution of context overflow. Problem of context overflow and the solution of granularize to micro goals, micro tasks. Then I explained the problem of model matching. When can handle the context of writing Godot scripts, but a problem emerged. But it does not produce the right codes. Godot 3 instead of 4. There is no open source. I have not found an open source model that is trained to write Godot for code. If I am certain that a model like that can be trained, showing that the first problem, that both problems of context overflow and model matching can be solved. I'm certain. Me being certain shows that both problems can be solved. That both problems of work is in 1, 2, 3, well, 1, 2, 3, 3 steps. 1. Granularize a micro to assign a micro task. As small as possible. Choose a leaf node. Go first and work 2. Read documents. Find a model. Read documents about models and what they can do. Read tests commutation. Read tests done on models. Verify it might handle the micro task or micro goal. C. No, then we have found the model. 3. Write a spec and test the model to see if it can micro. Actually, it's 4 steps. If I can handle it, go to next. Continue. Next. Granulations and Mirko. Maybe I can make a drawing. I should see this image while I make the drawing. All goals to achieve a root goal. I want it to be top. There. leaf goal granularized macro goal leaf goal. How does the spec look like? Do we have some kind of piece of paper or something? This is good. Spec. Full context. Granularization. I don't know if it's necessary. It takes too much time to write this. But at the same time, if I look at this image, I'm not gonna get clear on it. Maybe it's better if I just draw it on a white. That's probably gonna be faster. If I redraw it on a whiteboard. I think I can do that. All goals. What did I say? Leaf goal granularized micro task. Granularization creates a spec which is a full goal context. Test model. Pass. Fail. Fail pass. No. Now it's raining. It was sunny, now it's raining. I think this repetition is good. It creates a momentum. It's what I've been missing. It feels like I'm wasting time, like redrawing an image for a historical document that I feel like it just created this kind of document. Will I ever even read these historical documents? And if I do, to develop more of this AI stuff, will I even reach some good conclusion regarding the AI stuff? Will I create something useful? And if I create something useful, will I be able to use that to actually create something useful? There's such a big thing, but I think from what I've learned when I was studying cognitive science at Umeå University, I realized that rehearsing things and reorganizing things, that is the main thing of doing studies. It's such, like, when it comes to failing a program or succeeding a program, what I noticed was that during a course we learned some basics, and it was tricky, but people passed. And then we did another course and another course, and eventually we reached a course where the prerequisite is this course. And at this point, me and a bunch of others had to relearn what they had learned here, which made this course very hard to do, because we had to relearn things and learn the new stuff. It was harder to learn the new stuff. Like, we went on a lecture, we had the lecture, and there were a bunch of stuff that we didn't understand because we didn't remember things. We hadn't consolidated them into solid encoding specificity in the brain. We haven't like, when we had ran the course and finished the test and passed the test, then we didn't repeat the knowledge anymore. We focused on the next course. But we should probably have continued to revisit the basics of this course and revisit the knowledge, because then I noticed that when I went through a course and I understood everything very deeply, it was hard to do, but I understood everything very deeply and consolidated everything. Then later on, when I ran a course that was based on that, it was incredibly easy to finish this course. It was just so easy. And then in that, like, consolidating that, I remember, like, it's a continuation. But yeah, so that's why I think this is important. It helps me become, like, get momentum in thinking on these systems. Right, find new model. And finding new model means it's in 2 steps. Read docs and read kind of reviews. That's a new image. It's sun and rain, that means it should be a rainbow. Can't find it. Or maybe there are. And why is it always just one rainbow? Why shouldn't there be several rainbows? There you go. Might get rid of a little bit of. Yeah, I should have taken the photo more upwards from it. But yeah, it's definitely an improvement. Those from that one. But it has much, it's more cluttered. It's definitely more cluttered. Okay, that was that. I don't want big. Can be smaller. Okay, good. I made that granularization. And then I made so many things today. I need to exercise to consolidate everything. Then I didn't do that workflow. Instead, I explored root AI on whiteboard, on square whiteboard. Follow. potentially put in more documents. That was a rehearsal of what I did before. Let's delete that one. And copy this one. Or maybe I can do, yeah. I came up with the idea of, I listed, I explored creating goals for driving mechanic and ran a simulation of one. Wrote step by step how this system read context and created results for the next goal. Decided to focus on creating spec engine version 2 with the focused goal of saving time. Spec engine version 2 worked, but in essence, but did not save development time. I made a plan to combine. This is good now. Coming to the current state of affairs. To combine the context of the root AI theory of spec engine version 1, the root AI theory, established simple workflow, copy paste code, and talking to Gemini in order to get a strategic solution. I wrote this specified. I examined. That's another. It's this one. Yes. spec engine flow version 1 to detect exactly why it didn't save time. It has one positive aspect, that the agentic nature of spec engine enables it to write files direct into the Godot project. No copy paste of code. It has 3 negative time consuming aspects. One, Quen writes bad quality code that needs polishing. 2, it's cumbersome to write prompts to Gemini asking for a spec instead of code. Three, pasting the resulting full or context from Gemini spec into spec engine is cumbersome because prompt is both divided into, well, because it has to be pasted into Python hard coded, and the Python model has to run through commands in the terminal. That's what it is. That's what I detected regarding the workflow. This is really good. I'm aligning myself and adjusting my course and reiterating requirements on what I'm doing. This makes me realize that what I'm doing now of making a plan for the spec engine, designing a sprint for the spec engine version 2, the goal is basically to improve the workflow. If I just make something that is significantly better than the current alternative I have, then I will start using the spec engine, and then things will start to roll, because then I will be motivated to improve the spec engine. It will, and yeah, then things will start rolling. Then we'll working on spec engine is most highly likely leverage tasks that actually makes it faster for me to write Godot code. Took a photo of this, so I'm gonna wipe it. whiteboarding today. And I think it's necessary. I think it is the best tool for my type of work. Now let's see, what else can we remember? And I think after I've written down everything to remember, then I think it's time for exercise. Because then I can just consolidate it, and during golden hour I'll be kind of free to work with whatever I want. Probably just planning the sprint or the next thing to work on, like just the next thing to work on towards creating the spec engine version 2. Okay, that's the next day. Then I think I started talking to Gemini, or yeah, then I went back to this to improve this even more. Now I made this plan. I wrote a plan. Then I wrote another plan. Smaller, a rough draft plan for developing the development of the development. It's not here, because it's not something that I needed to send into AI. I think I did already download it though, yes, I did. Here. I wrote those back to back. This one can be very small. And this one can be much smaller. Just need to be able to read it. Same with this one. If I do, no. There we go, now we have all three of them there. Wrote the plan for developing the spec engine version 2 plan. Then made the spec. Wrote a Alt A, small, then follow that, then started one conversation with Gemini to follow that plan instead of starting through several chats. Roughly outlines the purpose of Engine version 2. The root roughly the root goal spec. Root goal specification. I want to call it the root spec. That's gonna be confusing to read. Sprint goal. That's better. Spring. And then here I should give this link. Yes, this is how I should think. That's perfect. And then I went through this. Next step, detailed user. I got, yeah. I used Gemini to generate this PDF or this document should be it says spec. Version 2. Where is it? It's not this. Somewhere in my drive. That is okay. It's. I wonder if. No. Well, here that one is. Oh wait. Yep. Cool. Then continued the conversation. And Gemini created user stories. This is so cool. Asked Gemini, well, Gemini created user stories. Then I read the advanced user story while on the computer while having the phone the same conversation with Gemini, I asked about every part of the user story I didn't understand. By talking. This was a success. This was a success. And then I'm amazed. It feels like I remember most of the things. Maybe there's something here. I forgot. Internal executor. Yes. I invented the internal executor term. I discovered, I invented the no prompt history derail principle for root AI. The idea, the benefit of going one shot. One benefit is that there is no previous prompt where a different solution were explored. Can derail and confuse the AI by only providing the full context. Which also a new term. Time and the context is kept clean from any derailing prompt history. That's for this. Spec engine is a part of the. It's a part. I could make some kind of general. That's maybe what I want to do. A general, like program, a Python program that is one goal. It has an input and it has an output. It is one goal. And it can use an AI, or it can use a human, or it can use a software, or it can... But it has its own API. Every goal has its own API. This makes each goal extremely modular. You can just look and lay. where do I put that idea? And may put the generalize goals to API to programs, to own Python programs with their own API. Then I can reuse this. Generalized goals to own Python programs with their own API. The general goal has an API input, an API output, and maybe other API stuff like the office space, API office space, and yeah, it can be other API things as well. Then I can reuse this for all common goals. I can put anything inside this general goal architecture. Then it will be easier to connect goals. My habit of cleaning, my habit of photographing and then cleaning is a good habit. Because today I've reused these whiteboards, I don't know how many times. And it's very easy to write on a whiteboard that is empty. I think it encouraged me to use them. Potentially I could improve the workflow even more. Maybe some other time. Okay, now this now it's kind of messy, but what I just did I gotta copy that photo and download it for future use. There we go. Got the idea. To create a generalized Godot pattern can be filled with any LM, software, etc. Easy to connect and reuse. So I go here, okay. It might not be its own program, it might be a part of the spec engine, like a data class. Might be a data class in spec engine and not a program though. But I was thinking about connecting several hierarchies. That's what I was thinking about. That might be it. Maybe. Yes. Also, it will be later to connect other AI systems. Okay, back to history. I was looking at this one to see if there was something more internal execution. The principle and this kind of simple plan. This offload context. sources of when did I invent granularization? I think it was yesterday. Granularization of a failed goal when the problem was context overflow. The parent, the new parent goal offloads context to a child goal, and the parent goal creates a kind of copy of itself as the final child goal, but with lesser context. Decided that it's probably best to only divide failed goal into two sub-goals. Or best with as few divisions during creation of sub-goals, preferably only creating two child goals. It's in the image. Divide goals as equal as possible. Alright. And to divide goals as equally as possible. Yeah, that's it there. That must be it. What else? Yeah, where? Engine. What does it say there? Gated. Spec engine. I'm just not gonna look at it. And this plan and that plan. Strategic plan. Yeah, that was a success. Okay, after that, what did I do? Conversation with Gemini. I asked about every part of the story, I didn't answer the talking. This was a success. And then I came with the idea. This is an old this is not the user stories. I never saved the user stories. But I did talk about these user stories, and talking about them, I asked I was exploring, doing the 3D map, but decided to go with the driving. I feel like this came later. This one came before. But if I put these ones later, it will take up so much space in the document. So I'll just have it here. Through conversation, I decided to not focus the spec engine on either the 3D map, which self-improving system, and not the 3D map tool. This is so that development of spec engine version 2 is as easy as possible, since I can have it spec engine version 2 will focus on driving mechanics. I know this much better than 3D mapping, and I have even developed it in Godot, so I know the final result to compare and adjust the spec engine to reach as a goal. Started writing this story entry. Is that it? Is there something else? Had a conversation. Is there any image that I haven't shown? I could write that I rewrote this one. Well, I guess I started this history entry after deciding this, then it should have been that I created. At some point, well, before I wrote the history entry, I made a small daily plan to make, and the daily plan I have not, might have downloaded it. No, because I wrote it on a little post-it. On a little note. then after that, then I decided that instead of preparing what to work on during golden hour, I create a history entry to get clear on what is today. How did I reason? I reasoned that I want a final result today that I can build upon next week, a long time from now. I need a core I can hang the progress and knowledge on, so I can continue working next week instead of starting from beginning and not remembering the value I created today. Basically, making sure I use today's work as efficiently as possible and not forget value other assets. By making the history document, I make sure I can at least continue if I want next week. There we go. Also, I train myself to write history. Now, I'm gonna read the history of last week. That was much less. That's for stream. Worked on whiteboard and with Gemini to invent root AI Godot version 1 plan. Oh. I did basically a sprint plan and created this document. Then I made a Godot project. I wonder where this plan is. This here? Root AI version 1. One leaf executors, coencoder, output git script. Yeah, this was very focused. Yeah, this is great. This was great work last week. Amazing. File access, later features, state management, external harness, the stuff. And I made this how they connect to each other with APIs or like whatever. And it didn't end up looking like this, but it did end up working. So I succeeded. And then I made that one. Cool. I made a Godot project, I made a local repo, installed Venv, installed Python or Llama into Venv, configure Git, create Git repo, connected Sage key. Then golden hour, I selected Spider for Python. installed Spider. I wrote Python code main. Main.py can write to Godot script file hello world. Then connected Olama Quen and main py to remove code fences and converting Godot 3 to 04. And a celebration. First successful Godot script created by root AI Godot. And that's the generation of that. What's the name of this chat? Is this AI by AI chat? How do I know? Should I go in? The sun is coming from Mango. It's not approved. Rename. Oh, it's the AI by AI one. Okay. Yep. Okay. Cool. Lot vehicles, very development focused. And today was very root AI focused, which what kind of root AI? It's combining root AI. I'm extracting features from the root AI theory in order to improve the spec engine. Yeah. I identified, yeah, that's what I did at the start of the day. I identified and explained the problems with the current. Explained the problems of spec engine version 1, which was root AI Godot. Yeah, basically like a combination of sprint review and then research of the spec engine version 1 to find out what do I need to think about in order to create, like what is the version 2 basically. That's what I've been doing today. Trying to figure out what is the spec engine version 2. By taking inspiration from the root AI theory and improving it. Right, but I have not rewritten anything in the root AI. The root AI document is still containing so much information that I have not even read. That Cloud AI has helped me write. I've not consolidated the root AI theory as it is right now. And I don't need to. It depends on what my goals are, but my goal is to finish the game as fast as possible. So I don't need to master the root AI theory, I just need to extract enough stuff to make a useful thing and gradually improve it. I could have done this today. Like if I would have stopped here and started working, if I would have stopped when I found out the granularization and model matching workflow, started working on that, I might have come with something good or come with something creative or something practical, but I feel like I would have gotten stuck in development. I would have been learning more about what's out there when it comes to open source models. I would have read the docs about open source models, basically using others' code and stuff to see what's possible. Sometimes that is very valuable, but as the AI race and AI field is right now, I feel like the real good stuff is being hidden because of the AI race, and what's available is a bunch of people that are creating systems like mine, but I think most of them are not creating. I have not encountered anyone yet that is creating some as a thoughtful system as I'm making. Most of the people are just connecting cloud API and writing skills. Yeah. But maybe when I explore open source models that can run locally, yeah, that's a different way. But it's a very time-consuming thing to understand. It's something that I will do eventually, but if I make a part of my program to be able to read documentations of different open source models, writing reviews and evaluating them, and then running tests with those models on, yeah, then I'm getting closer to my self-improving system. That's gonna be great. That's gonna be amazing. That's gonna be so freaking cool. Now I'm starting to feel the emptiness, the clearness, like I can hear the silence. My mind is not bothered by anything. I think I've been using the method of journaling as a solution to cluttered minds. Like I just done a mind dump, basically. Offloaded all this stuff here, which means I'm like allowed to not think about it anymore. My self-improving system will figure out and test open source models from Llama check which ones can be loaded on my system, and then try it, and then gradually find which models can run and learn more about which models can run, and then the system will choose the model instead of Gemini giving or ChatGPT giving suggestions. And then my system can recommend even better stuff. And the system itself can learn how to granularize tasks. That could be its own hierarchy, like a goal. Granularize this task. That could be a goal. Then my system can call that goal, and that creates child goals and ends up with a granularization. And maybe it says it's too hard, can't granularize, or it's possible. Then it creates a full spec goal context. Test the model, fail to pass the model. I almost feel like I should write these things down. Otherwise I will try to keep them in my mind. Where do I write the ideas? Yeah, right here. Idea. The process. The whole granularize and model matching. Matching workflow can be automated with goals. One goal. Here are your goals. One goal can be analyze this goal, and it outputs two new child goals. One goal can be find a model that works on this system that can solve this goal. Etc. Do it something like, yeah, that'll be it today. That's actually just half of today. Because I haven't done golden hour. Wow. Okay. I'm way overdue from my little plan. It says at 15 o'clock I will train. Now it's 16:30. So everything will be pushed off. One and a half hour. So golden hour seems to be just 1 hour. between 18 to 19. We'll see what I'll do with that. But I think it's a bad idea if I start a program. That would be a bad idea, because then I'll get too much into a flow. I don't know if I should keep all these documents up or not. I'm gonna keep some of them up, I think. Oh, that's the same as this one, the history one. Yeah, these are the ones, I think. And then I will have this image up. Can I have this as a... Cool, that's nice. What's this? Right. I didn't even check. Or did I? Yeah, I didn't even check the code. Yeah, I wrote code that seems to work. And it's correctly... I wrote position instead of translation. It nailed it. Maybe red Python. Maybe it did it because I was more specific about which version it was. Maybe it just improved. Wow. I'm just going to keep all these things up. And that one. And this one. Not that one. And this one. And can't I open several? Oh, I have. The whiteboard system requirements. Then we don't need that. File. Okay. Then new window. I'm actually kind of reluctant to having them all open because that makes it harder for me to take a break. But my mind is pretty empty, so I think it would be kind of easy actually. And I've done Qigong 2 days ago. Yesterday I did yoga with breathing. Today I'm gonna do Kundalini yoga. Usually when I do this, I start spinning because of the spinning power. Because there's no friction between this rug and the floor. Can't have the audio, so see you later. That was great. That was great. Got some... oh, I'm a little bit dizzy. Just a tiny incy-wincy dizzy. I feel good though. Yeah, I feel like there's maybe the cerebellum or something has not recuperated from the Kundalini yoga. Maybe the whole brain is like that. I had an idea of dividing goals. I was gaining a wider understanding of goals. A bigger perspective. Slightly bigger perspective. My timing is off a little bit. My plan is off because I remember now that I should wait 20 minutes before showering after yoga. But it's okay. I can do... this one is also very good, but it's very simple. Heal your nervous system. Do I have that? No, I gotta add that one.
This.
What? Where did it go? It's in Qigong. Why is it in Qigong? Oh, because that's the last place I saved something. There we go. Alright. Let's make a yoga folder. But like Kundalini yoga and compared to the yoga for athletes are very different. I'm still a little bit dizzy. Maybe I shouldn't go into work after doing Kundalini yoga. I like this quote. I saved it recently to my background. It's connected to two things. Why I saved. I see a lot of quotes every day, and all of them are kind of the essence is efficiency or success. But this one I like because I like to trick it. Like I trick it in my mind. In like I use it. Okay. Discipline is choosing between what you want now, and what you want most, every time. That's the entire framework. Ice cream now or abs later. Netflix now or the project later. Your most has to be clear enough to win the fight. I can apply this on my game, for example, Jörn Mysterium. Do I want to succeed with Jörn Mysterium, or do I want to watch movies, all TikTok, or whatever I feel like every day? But what I like is the word most in the first sentence. What I want most. And then I'm thinking, like, meaning of life. What do I actually want most? Peace and happiness, and like becoming Buddha or something. And then what I want now is just like, what I want now becomes the game, basically. The game becomes like this small treat that I'm treating myself because I don't have discipline to follow my Buddha nature or something. And that's a fun way. I like that. I like that I can interpret this. This is like a principle that can be used in all kinds of things. Like regarding ice cream. Maybe ice cream is what you want most right now. Like within 15 minutes you can get ice cream. But so maybe ice cream is what you want most, and it takes 15 minutes of discipline to get the ice cream. You gotta think about how to get it, you gotta move, maybe you gotta pay for it, maybe you need to talk to someone, maybe you need to go outside. Maybe you have an ice cream maker that you can use to make the ice cream. And then what you want right now might be something else. Like, I don't know, Peter Pest. Peter Pest. Or sleep, or think about the trauma that you had, or something that you like this minute, like scrolling the next TikTok. Like, if you want ice cream, you gotta have discipline. You gotta stop scrolling on TikTok, and you gotta get up, and you gotta go to the store, you gotta get the ice cream. Right. I should calculate roughly when I can go to shower. Like, maybe I was done with the yoga 5 minutes ago or something. So 17:42. That's a long time from now, considering my mindset. To be a little bit like, I don't know why, but I got the idea of drawing my goals in a different way. And I think there might be something to it. And it's the idea of drawing the goals like this, like the big. This is the root goal. And then the root goal can be divided into any kind of sub-goals. Like, it can be divided like this. What works well with this visual representation is like they have the same size, and it works well with the principle of how do I name the principle? Achieving parent goal is the same as achieving each child goal. And then this, like, if the root goal is like make a game and the AI fails to make the game, then it tries to divide it with the granulation, and it tries to create some 50% division, but maybe it doesn't succeed. Maybe it creates this instead. And then this goal is like also failed, so maybe it's divided like this. Actually, I can draw it. Why do they have different height? Visual represent the what is the visual meaning of the height in this? Maybe this goal can't be divided into two goals. Maybe it's better to divide it in three goals. But I'm gonna be stern. I'm gonna try to divide goals into two pieces. And maybe, well, I guess maybe this goal can only be divided like that. And like, it becomes like this. It's connected like this. So this part of the work goes into this goal. This part of the work goes into here. But the size, maybe the size should be dependent on the child goals. It's a dynamic thing, like, because I'm probably gonna have some kind of UI that shows this. Maybe this is time. Maybe the length is time. It makes it really easy to connect to things. And if this is time, that means that, like, if this root goal is divided into two parts, then it estimates the time it takes to do this and the time it takes to do that, based on what is available. So I've noticed one input into the root goal hierarchy is time. Not just the root goal, but the time limit. It's optional, you don't have to give a time limit, but the time limit is used to pick what models and how much to divide things and inference. Probably the more time, the better quality, something like that. And then if it divides this one into sub-goals, and it seems like, okay, we divided this one into this sub-goal and into this sub-goal, then it is switched and updated, so you can see that, oh, this piece of work now is estimated to take longer. And if this goal is divided into these, this means that this has to expand like this, but it's percentage based. So it doesn't, what happens is basically this, but if it takes more, that means that it's percentage wise, this one moves back. But maybe that's bad. Maybe it should be on a kind of, some kind of graph where there's, maybe there's a timeline, yeah, maybe the timeline is at the bottom. But the timeline should not be at the bottom because, well, it can be at the bottom, but this might be achievable, this one. But this one needs to be divided into goals, and maybe this one too. And then this one doesn't need to be divided into goals. What we can do is to just do this. Makes it a little bit more complex, but it's either like that or like this. Yeah, I don't like that. If compared to so this really makes the plan solid. And then we can have, at the bottom layer, we can have time. This disconnects the interaction design wise. This disconnects the whole project from time, and showing that time is more grounded, it's more stable than the project. Time will go regardless. So this might be the way to do it, to do the interaction design. And then gradually it changes and grows with time, like it kind of grows upwards in a sense. And then you can see progress on each one. Like you can have some, like a blinking light on the one that is being processed right now. And then you can have a symbol or something. Okay, this one has been processed, but it has failed. So now we're doing the research team. The QA has failed it. Like now it's in QA. Now it failed. Now we're looking for, now the research team is looking for a solution. The solution has been found, and maybe then it updates, it either divides into more goals, or yeah, if it's agency void or whatever. And then this cycle repeats. So you can see how the granularity grows. Then starts to achieving goals, and then a goal is achieved, or in review I should say, because as a standard, the system, every time it reaches a result on a leaf node, it is sent for review, and that is for a human to do, if it's good enough. Now it's 17:39, so I think I can start to go towards showering. Here's a small detail. I just cleaned this, and I'm constantly slightly annoyed that these corners and edges have small pieces of, I don't know if you can see, small paint left. And sometimes there are, well, always there are some left, some ink left. And I was thinking, should I make them super clean? Is that a good habit to have? The way you do anything is the way you do everything? Or is that an OCD situation? Where I'm basically wasting time or something. Intuitively it feels like a good idea, but what I decided is to go with a between. Oh, it looks really big there. It's not that big. It looks bigger on camera. Why does it look big on camera? What I decided to do is that every time I clean it, I will clean one edge as perfectly as I can, or one corner as perfectly as I can. Then gradually it will become maybe completely clean, and maybe it will be kept clean without me being completely OCD. Now I'm going to take a shower. Then I'm gonna eat, and that's gonna be great. Now I'm done showering and it's time for fooding. Nutrition in pills, nutrition in water. Nutrition in a bowl. I feel like yesterday I made it more tasty. I think you should add an apple. It's a bit better. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe I should rewind back time to yesterday and check the stream. What I ate yesterday. What is this? Harry Potter and the Stone? Did they remake the whole movie? That's insane. Why is it so loud? Surely the stream is not that loud all the time. Is this better? I always show my food. Where is the food? small positive distractions. I know what it is. It's my TV that's loud. Because the Kundalini yoga was low volume. I'm just trying to do as many things as possible to just fill my head with small positive distractions. I don't know if it's possible to have the same kind of distraction. Like if you have a movie, gradually your brain will not get distracted. Brain. What's possible? I didn't show that much, or I missed it. Since I'm back to my regular state, I don't have trouble with overworking non-conscious pattern triggering a bunch of stuff. I will not have any problem just sitting in my sofa looking at the window and eating, which was my previous technique. That felt like it's a really good way to not fill my working memory with things that I don't need. It's gonna be great for my eyes as well. Food is so good. It could be even better. I want more food. What else can I eat? I don't know why. I've never had this feeling before, but I want to hear the sound of church bells. I was thinking like, do I want to listen to some music?
Nej. You were weeks. You were weeks.
made omelette. Slightly more than my ration. I want to sleep at 11. So between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. That's 50 minutes from now. I decided to close them now because I want to feel more sleepy. So now it's basically just it's time to eat the omelette, I guess. My eating time, I think, extended a bit. You have to manufacture an artificial sunset manually at the exact same time every evening to keep your sleep cycle stable. I think my body is craving vitamin C. I'm gonna throw these notes away. Clean, big, the square whiteboard. Magnesium, C vitamin, and NAC. 2 hours left until the stream ends. I don't have to stream the whole time. I feel a little bit tired in my eyes. It's probably a good idea to go to bed soon. But sleep time procrastination is very tempting. Scrolling on TikTok, very tempting. Maybe watching a video, a movie, slightly tempting. Reading a book, not that tempting. Cleaning the whiteboard, kind of a little bit tempting. Maybe I could clean that up so it's ready for tomorrow if I have ideas. 3 camera features. Speed, slow down, no action for a while. It's gonna be dev Godot. Was it plan Godot? I've changed the tactics, so now I don't have to. There's no full game dev mech plan. That will not happen. That is a file that is still important. What is on that file? It's the big whiteboard. There are some things that I have not added in. But there aren't any game mechanics developed here. It's a very overarching plan. What is that? Direct field with Gemini. What? Whoa, dude! Implement point the click interaction system for environmental objects and items. Implement point and click and drag the topic. Dude! Is this the future? Do I have that? These are powerful stuff. This is... maybe it's worth looking into during Monday. Is it a race or is it JM? Both of them. That's why it's tempting. It's playtest data. But I wonder if these are... no, they're not. How come it appears when I delete? Oh, it's on every... oh, it's on an empty file. Okay. I'll come this... oh, this is good though. Standard video and audio and screen recordings. Here I've been thinking about the total crazy thing, which to have the AI and the AI for the game automatically plan playtests, have people play it, get the feedback and improve the game based on the playtests. An intelligent game, intelligent self-improving game. Go delete these columns, get rid of that. Just merge these. There's no sprint here. This is the Godot backlog. Or we can call it the dev Godot. No. VM backlog. That's enough. That's enough. Now I was thinking for driving camera, 3 camera behaviors. 1. I need to see. Speed, low angle. 1. When driving fast, lower the angle so you can see further forward. 2. Slow down, show more from top down. Standard camera. Follow. I skipped that. Slowing down. When player slows down to park or turn, move angle up. So you easier see the car and behind houses. 3. No action for a while. Zoom out. Zoom out. No. When player does nothing for a while. Zoom out slowly to show the diorama. Start circling the car slowly. A living thing. Go on, John. Oh, I just did this research in Gemini. Darkness, sunlight, priority principle ideas. I will maybe I'll deal with those now, or maybe I'll wait a bit. But if I wait, I might stop remembering what distraction opportunity means and what batching means. Not batching probably, because I've thought about that several times the latest days. Natural rehearsing of knowledge. Distraction opportunity is the idea that the only thing that leads to opportunities are distractions. Either a distracting thought or a distracting thing in the world that you experience. Without those, you will not have any opportunity. You will not have any change. No news, no knowledge, no nothing. So distraction is paramount. I'm just gonna leave those where they are. Actually, no, it nags my head to have them there. So I'm gonna go to my priority principles here, right there. Simple entry for them. Whoa. Principle of distraction or opportunity. Prioritizing tasks that bring distractions that increase the chance of distractions, positive distractions. Action opportunities. Then make an entry at the term. Batching. Because I don't have batching, right? But it's similar to chunking epics or something like this. Good. Good job. Great job. Maybe the chemicals from my cleaning is affecting me. Like I often get in touch with that universal cleaning liquid. Okay, so that was the idea that I could do, and then I did that. I could prepare for tomorrow. Or I could deal with all of these things. I'm gonna think about tomorrow a little bit. 3D map tool. Planning. Yeah, that's certainly something that I can get into. But I think I will wait. First I'll do a little thinking and working on this a little more. I didn't really work like this today. What should I look at? I could update the history. But I think I did update the history. I did update the history before I was exercising. I can prepare for next week's work, next Wednesday week work. Yes, I remember. I have a separate place. Why did this move there? I never moved it back there. This I can do. Design spec engine version 2, split feature list. Photo whiteboard with drawings and list of features. Square whiteboard, Gemini talk, partial goal context. Spec engine version 2, narrow drive mechanics, all goals and agents. Have predefined full goal context and results made by human, and they create full goal context and results. Goal is to set the system up. It's a huge chunk. Sprint. I don't know if it would be a sprint. Well, one day of work. If I just do that, that feels much better. No sprinting, just relaxing. And I can change the other one, the other image. Was it here? Wait. What was the image I deleted? Yeah, it was that one. like that image more than I like this newly drawn one. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I wish I had some I'm gonna eat that half apple, even though there will be no apples tomorrow left. We want some water, some sugar. Maybe I want the water. This is a good workflow. I write out all of my ideas on whiteboards, and then I make a collage of all of the whiteboards. Then I can decide what features I should make of all of the ideas that have been explored. What ideas do we have here? Going from the first image up there. That is a workflow that is basically the combination of developing the system by long-term research. That's what it is. It's a granularization which requires research into how to, and experiments on how to granularize tasks, and then mainly to research all of the different models that are available. So either do that manually is a task, or implement that into the actual system. Which makes the system pretty large, because test model and pass and fail, that might be several agents, for example, to develop. And granularization might also be several agents. But it might be possible to... I'm slightly tempted to do this one. Maybe I should prioritize a task that makes it easier to make this, like things like offloading my cognitive skills. Basically focusing on AI by AI principle and going from the leaf node and upwards. That's the principle I used when I developed the first version, which wasn't good enough. So maybe the next version is just the next feature, not version, but not necessarily next version, but next feature would be to improve it so the workflow actually leads to a shorter workflow. And that would be this one. To focus on, we have Quen writing bad quality code. That would be okay if we can redo the code, and now it seems like it can write good code. Maybe I'll run an experiment. Wait, I removed both of them. Okay, there's no existing code. And then like design specification for the parking. A higher order goal agent would know the architecture of these two scripts, the car and the nodes, the node names. So it would, I don't know exactly how it would figure it out, but it needs to know the communication between the scripts without going into details on what each script, the logic in each script. Just the raw communication. We need a script that does this. Let's see if we can do, like, I'm gonna be slightly optimistic here, but I'm gonna go here in Gemini and then ask Gemini for a specification. How? Write a specification for Quen 2.5 coder 14b that leads to it creating this script. You must act like you don't care, don't know anything about logic, but you, I don't know. The idea is that we must somehow be able to use some following script is an example of what Quen 2.5 coder 14b should write after getting a specification. the specification is written by an agent higher order perspective regarding architecture, so that another node will interact with this script through please provide an example specification that would make Cohen 2.5 quarter 14b writes this script. But don't write the script for them. So hello systems picture design prompt and systems picture scene transition trigger zone component overview node type area 3D. Yeah, the higher order will know the node type where the script is going to be. Responsibility text and specific player card entity enters design set and triggers the level of scene change. There's going to grow a scene tree or scene management. Huh? External scene path. Huh? What? Huh? What? Functional requirements. Scene configuration. Expose a string variable. Inspector restricted to filtering TSN files. So all the target scene path to low, right? Initialization ready. Dynamically connect the node's internal body. Entered signal to a local callback function. Collision handling. I don't know there are. Body entered. Oh no, gosh. That's body. It must be named check car or belong to a player group. Validation passes and change content. Let's just copy that. Put that in the specification. I haven't thought about it, but this specification can be very long. Definitely be very long. Right, saved it. Oh, there, I saved it. Now let's run it. I'm also going to time it. Do we have a... I'm not going to time it. Okay, I'm going to time it roughly in minutes. So we're at 7 minutes now. I need to know roughly how long I should wait. Now the stream is lagging, so we're probably running the model now on CPU power, or RAM. Now it seems to be done. Maybe it just took a long time to load it. And maybe now it's running. There we go. 3 minutes it took. Let's check the test. Connect. Well, connect function army 2 should be called rest script test GG. It should be this. Body connected, body entered connect. Extends area 3D is correct. Export var, that's fine. Target scene path is string. Sure. And then function ready. Connect the signal, setting enters the pocket zone. Body entered, connect. When it's ready, it's connecting on body entered. Okay, it's connecting this function to this function. Body entered dot connect. It has a different syntax. When wrote this? Can you figure out what went wrong? Argument 2 should be callable by this self, so it's not nailing it at all. At all. Not at all. Potentially it's possible to send in the role, send like a whole kind of dictionary or something of what to write and what to not to write. Here we have unclarity. Maybe that would improve it. While I work, I'm gonna try it again. Let's see what Gemini says. The force cry. Well, it is named exactly. No, it's not named exactly, but that's fine. Target scene path is connected correctly. The only thing is this connect can not pass. Value type string as int. String callable and int. Is using the connect method incorrectly. It should have the name of the signal. Can I pass the whole Godot document, the whole Godot? The whole Godot, like, what do you call it? The whole docs, all these docs focus on the version I'm using. Like, we got best practices. You can pick 4.4. Wait, what? What's that? Downloads. Yeah, RFC installation ID. Well, I might as well try with this one. Like, I might be able to use several agents that create this kind of document. Okay, I did a small change before. I don't remember exactly what it was. But I wanted to check if there's... No, there's one, there wasn't no... Failed to load. It's the same script as before. Let's try again. It's like this script can be divided into several parts. Like declaring, there we go. Declaring variables, that can be one thing. That can be a microtask. So, declare a variable for script. Declare a variable. I could have an agent that is like update this script to Godot 4.1. It's like it comes down to the market task of writing one row, which is interesting. This gives it to Godot. Write this function. Combine these code blocks into one GD script. Don't change anything. That's the direction we're going. Detect what line in this, detect one line lines in this GD script that needs changing line numbers or something like that. through these lines. Look at this line. Through these lines, one by one. I'm starting to feel like I need an interface. I need some kind of interface, like a mind map. And it should not be this design. This is we're gonna have something like wish. Wish. And there we will enter this one. What do we... Can we copy that one? And import it there? Can I change this so it's inside? Where is it? There it is. Cool. Fat timeline UI. Instead of NTV and middle boxes for goals, one big jungle block. Good. Can we ignore that, please? Whoa. What the fuck? Okay, we need to where's that one? Okay, oh. Now we got rid of that one. Perfect. Okay. Now UI. Whoa, wait, what does that one have? UI. Why not call it GUI even? Weak. Mind, what the fuck, why does it have that? Mind mapper. Just a way to move around goals, migrate, idea. Now I've been streaming for for 11 hours and 10 minutes. It's 40 minutes left until the stream ends automatically. I might notice when it happens, I might not. Movements. I tried this script, didn't I? Check if it works. It changed. Oh my god. It kind of worked. It is extremely similar. It did it. It did it. Let's just verify. It did it. Amazing. Amazing. It got a lot of help. But this prompt did it. Variables, no type, variables, the variables that you need, and clear now. Take this. Can we divide? How do we divide it? There's some script that says, oh, we need variables, oh, we need this, or we need that, or we need this, or we need that. Let's continue. Great, it worked. Now, let's level up and create the prompt that will create the system specification that we just wrote. Maybe it's given to Quen, so it writes. We might need to divide the specification into several different prompts that then is combined into the resulting specific prompt. Meta prompting, defining the scope. Meta prompt pipeline. Feed the following sequence of prompts to the higher order node. Force it to generate the first strict specification. This is starting to get good. Yes, I want the UI. I want the UI. I want the UI. I want the UI. I want a UI where I can see each goal, and I can see, I can run each goal individually by clicking like a play button, and then it takes, and before the goal, if it is a leaf goal or if it is internal goal. No, in all cases, before a goal, it has a context that I can access and change by clicking that part. And after each internal goal, we also have the same thing. And between each goal, we have the same thing that I want to be able to see when it's generated, click to edit. If it's text, maybe just edit the text, or open up. No, I need to open up a file, some kind of file, because sometimes there are files, sometimes there might be multiple files. And then at the end result, there will also be an ending resulting file. Is that correct? Every leaf goal in the spec engine will generate or change a file. One or more files. Probably one file. But it has to be a resulting text in the end that is sent, doesn't it? This is how it works. Bam! One or more multiple files that can be clickable, so I can edit the files. This is the input to this goal. This is the full goal context. Bam. Full goal context. One or more clickable files. When I click them, I open up them in my OS. Full goal context, one or more files. Click the open in default program or open the folder. So I can open them however I want. Full goal context goes into this goal. I can click play. Then this goal is run, which means it will create a result. This is an internal goal. So the result is a full goal context that is used for this next, this leaf goal. I can click and edit these things and check them, and then I can click this goal to run this. And this leads to the result of the leaf goal, which is called leaf result. All internal nodes results are full goal context, and all leaf nodes create leaf result. These are also clickable, openable files. Photo, please. This goes in the backlog. Now I'm gonna apply my cleaning protocol and clean this off and choose the most dirtiest line and clean that one as well. Good. Toilets. I'm entering into a, like I've had a slight flow state, and I'm kind of entering into a new phase where like I can continue, like I can get lost in work. Like I feel like I'm building a slight momentum, or I've built a momentum and now I can stop it, but there's a risk that if I continue working, it might be hard to relax, to stop working, because I create the kind of a working momentum here, which is what I was talking about when I was talking about I didn't want to do programming. Meta prompt pipeline. Feed the following sequence of prompts to the higher order node to force it to generate a strict specification. Okay. Prompt 1. Rule and directive. You are lead architect of AI. Task is to write a highly constrained system specification designed to instruct a subordinate LLM to generate a precise Godot 4 script. Subordinate LLMs default to Godot 3 syntax, generalized APIs, and hallucinate variable names. Your specification must explicitly present this by explicitly locking down syntax, types, and set methods names. Prompt 2. Translation rules. When translating the provided target script into a specification, it must explicitly mandate a The first two prompts were nice, but the purpose of the system is to go from a higher idea and generate a script. The script cannot be input as a prompt. Anyway, it is only used now to backwards engineer this process. Alright, I was gonna add my photo to the backlog. The new photograph. Where is the photograph? The photograph is uploaded. We save image in the place. We copy the image to the screen. This, maybe I can put, didn't I put them, yeah, I put it there. Maybe it's better to have a link to the photo, because this means I'll have to do, I don't know, like, how do I see this image? And how do I download it and stuff? You know? So it's better with a link. Or something. Maybe it's better to go with Trello board or something. No. I'm gonna start using links. There we go. And I can click it and I can see image. I can also, if I go back, I can see where the image is, probably. But this is a piece of inspiration. Where did that image go? Just deleted it? It's the previous one. This is tempting. It's really tempting. Because then I can create all of these goals, I can give them names, and then I can write my own input and output. What is best? I kind of sense that this is the best method to automate this. To automate the process instead of doing it manually. Doing it manually, I need to understand in order to automate it. Maybe I should maybe I'll start by creating a simple populator agent, or like just a way for the scripts to make these goals. I still need the UI, and I still need to be able to click and edit. The goal is like to have a big hierarchy that is complete. It just is there, and the goal is to have one success. You just need one successful run of every leaf node. Then the root goal is achieved. It's the same thing. So that's why you can edit and rerun. This could be a web service, because there probably are similar web services, but they don't generate Godot scripts. Cannot fulfill this request. Why not? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to get some inspiration here. I'm developing an AI orchestration system with a big graph of connected inputs and outputs and agents. What different software do we have? Let's list a diverse, make a table of a diverse set of already existing open source tools that helps you choose and build agent workflows. Maybe N8N is like what maybe I'm developing N8N. I think the problem with N8N is that build visually, connect everything. Interesting on your interesting warehouse. Create user forms vision. Yeah, like this is not as structured as I wanted, but because it's more unstructured, it's more agile, which might be better. Agent chat. possible for me to create a network using this and local AI? What's that? Oh, software solution. Comments, extract, interviews, manual, code. I feel like I'm so behind. N8N has existed for I don't know how long, like a year or something. Pricing. What is the pricing for anything? 20 euros per month. What is this? What is AI work or builder credits? Doesn't link to the solution. Use cases. Maybe there is something like N8N but open source. Landgraph. This is crazy. This one says that N8N is TypeScript. Dang. Is that directed acyclic graph? Visual graph? Dag UI. Damn. Tarkle. Oh, it's a web browser inside a web browser. Apache Airflow. I want to see the UI. Yeah. Where's the DAG? Show the DAG. This is the DAG. What? This is interesting. This might be a better solution than I have. This is more serious in some ways. In-chain linear one. Start chain. here we had some empty task, change. Well, I got dark mode and light mode. Interesting. I might not need to develop everything from scratch. Maybe. But it will be harder to create a new feature if I use someone else's system. Like if I needed a new feature here, how the hell would I do that? That's the risk of using. Yeah, that's usually, unless there's something like perfect fit. It solves all of the first principles. We also have prefects that can show a DAG graph. It says now it's 10 minutes left until this stream ends. Examples. Where is the UI? Give me UI. Concepts. UI. Graph. Helpful ways. Graph. Examples. Hello world. Row. Integrations. AI. Contribute. Lowest. It says it has a DAG UI. Is this prefix? I don't like it. Graph you. We want systems, want open source systems that I can install on my Ubuntu, and I only want to use my, actually don't, mainly want to use Llama local models on my system. It needs to have a DAG graph. It also needs a also needs to have some kind of graph view where I can see my large network of agents and their inputs and outputs and connections to each other. This one says edit image of resource. Flow-wise. Include links in the table to each tool. Also needs to be able to easily put in a node that is pure Python scripts in my local computer instead of just a run value. How come we got more suggestions now when we have more requirements? Is this really open source? Oh yeah. Then comes the big requirement. What was that? Some kind of weird Then comes the big requirement. I need it to connect to create files. Create my own types of files in a selected folder and be able to run Godot headless and gather error messages, warnings, etc. Raw error messages and error messages and warnings that them to be sent and processed by agents and syndicates. Goal is to build an orchestra of agents that gradually build a Godot project through loops, through iterations and quality assurance, etc. Yeah, exactly. I would not use nodes can read files, write files, get forms, source Godot, capture output, feed output, agents, essential program of flow plan, line graph. Open source, Python native allows for state fluctuation loops, branching checkpoints, arbitrary protocol. What does arbitrary mean? A little? Random? Okay. A node can literally be this. Perfect. Then another perfect. Perfect. Then another perfect. Build your own runtime. That's what I'm doing right now. I got the idea of making a video, a Swedish short movie. I don't know how many minutes long, but as long as necessary to give the message. It's just 50 seconds left. The idea is it will show the unemployment gradual chain reaction of automation through AI. So you'd see a couple of characters with jobs, and then some decision would happen in a company to automate, and then in chain reaction the company goes under because the other company chooses to automate that whole company, and that company goes under because another chose an AI to automate that thing that. So everyone starts using AI, and it just goes up, and everyone learns that okay, it's only the AI data centers that get all the money for information work, so we need to solve it somehow. And that's it. Okay, thanks for watching.